It began with a strange idea, a vision not forged on the battlefield, but inside the mind of a regime obsessed with myth. They imagined an army not of Germans alone, but of foreign volunteers, men from distant lands who believed that the war in the East was not just a conflict, but a crusade. Danes, Norwegians, Dutch, Flemish, men who had grown up hearing stories of longships and ice-flecked seas, men who believed themselves descended from ancient warriors. The SS gave them a name that would echo across the frozen plains of Russia: Viking. They were told they were heirs to Vikings, reclaiming destiny with rifle and fire. But on the Eastern Front, myth meets reality, and reality, in war, demands blood. This is the entire story of the SS Wiking Division, the foreign volunteer panzer division that marched into the Soviet Union believing they carried the spirit of ancient warriors, only to discover that history does not care for legends. Their story began before the first shot of the invasion. The SS leadership wanted to build something new, something symbolic, an international army united not by borders, but by ideology. Across Europe, recruitment offices opened. Young men were promised honor, glory, and purpose. Many had never seen war before. Some believed they were defending Europe from Bolshevism. Others believed they were following destiny. They arrived speaking different languages, carrying different pasts, but the SS molded them into one identity. They were drilled with the same ruthlessness as German recruits. They were shaped into obedience, taught to see hesitation as betrayal. And when helmets were strapped on and rifles issued, they believed they were chosen. The invasion of the Soviet Union, Operation Barbarossa, would become their test. In the early hours of late June, the division crossed into Soviet territory. They advanced through endless wheat fields, through villages swallowed in smoke, through roads that dissolved into mud. They were not prepared for what they found. The war in the East was not a campaign, it was a storm. Behind every advance lay burning towns and terrified civilians. The Wehrmacht fought the Red Army. The SS fought the population. In the chaos of the first months, Viking gained a reputation for speed and aggression. They captured bridges minutes before demolition charges could be set off. They drove deeper than expected. They broke through defences with shocking ferocity. Newspapers inside Germany praised them as proof that the world believed in Hitler's cause. But the Eastern Front has no mercy. The farther east they pushed, the longer the supply lines stretched, the thinner rations became, the closer the Soviet winter crept. Snow began to fall, not gently, but like a curtain descending across the world. Temperatures dropped so low that fuel turned to sludge. Men slept beside engines to keep them warm. Frostbite took fingers, toes, entire limbs. Their coats were too thin, their rations too small, their maps too optimistic. The Russians fought with a kind of grim endurance the volunteers had never seen. At night, Soviet soldiers crawled through the snow, invisible, silent. Mines lay hidden beneath powder. The air tasted of smoke and iron, yet Viking pushed on. In the spring of the following year, the division found itself in the southern cauldron of Ukraine, where battles stretched across hundreds of miles. Towns changed hands multiple times in a week. Rivers became front lines, then graveyards. It was here that the division's character changed forever. No longer volunteers chasing myth, but hardened fighters who understood exactly what war demanded. They learned to move fast, strike fast, and vanish. They learned to attack without waiting for orders. They became dangerous. At Kharkov, they counterattacked into streets filled with shattered brick and frozen corpses. They fought house to house, room to room. Artillery shells shattered buildings into dust. The city bled. And, through that chaos, Viking carved a path, determined, unstoppable, lethal. They earned respect from German generals who once doubted their usefulness. Skill replaced naivete. Aggression replaced ideology. But beneath every victory lay the same shadow. The SS was not just a military force, it was an instrument of terror. In the villages they passed through, civilians disappeared. Jewish families vanished, graves filled without names. Some members of Viking argued they were soldiers, not executioners. Others participated. History records both. The line between myth and atrocity had blurred beyond recognition. As the war turned and the Red Army grew stronger, the division was thrust into defensive battle after defensive battle. They fought on the Dnieper. They fought near Korsun, where encirclement turned the landscape into a frozen slaughterhouse. Night after night, Soviet artillery smashed their positions. Men dug foxholes in snow so stained with blood it never melted white. Again, the legend of Vikings meant nothing now. Survival was the only truth. By 1945, the division was a shadow of itself. It fought in Hungary, trying desperately to keep the Red Army from reaching Vienna. Their last battles were not for victory, only for escape. Tanks without fuel were abandoned. Soldiers, who once believed they were chosen, now prayed only to see another sunrise. The war ended not with glory, not with triumph, but with surrender. Those who survived faced trials, interrogations, and the weight of history. The myth of Vikings died on the Eastern Front. What remained was the reality of war: mud, blood, hunger, exhaustion, and the realization that belief cannot shield a man from truth. The SS Wiking Division was not a tale of noble warriors. It was a warning. It shows how easily ideology can seduce, how quickly pride can be weaponized, and how legends crumble when faced with consequences. Tonight, we return to those frozen fields, to the roads where diesel fumes mixed with frost, to the trenches where idealism died and survival began. This is the entire story of the SS Wiking Division, the foreign volunteers who were promised destiny, only to learn that history writes its own ending. Before we begin, tell me, where in the world are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you tonight? Are you somewhere warm and safe? Or can you almost feel that cold eastern wind against your face as history begins to speak again? And if these long, quiet journeys into the past help you unwind, reflect, or drift into sleep, consider subscribing. December 10th, 1940, Copenhagen. The recruitment office sits in a converted bank building on Vesterbrogade, its marble columns now draped with crimson banners bearing black swastikas. Inside, a young Danish student named Christian Frederik von Schalberg sits across from an SS recruitment officer, his hands trembling slightly as he holds a fountain pen. Through the frosted windows, the muted sounds of occupied Denmark filter in German trucks rumbling past, the distant shouts of Wehrmacht soldiers, the hollow click of boots on cobblestone. The officer slides a document across the polished desk, speaking in rehearsed Danish about the crusade against Bolshevism and defending European civilization. Von Schalberg stares at the signature line, knowing that the moment he signs, he crosses a threshold. From which there is no return. This scene repeated itself across Scandinavia and Western Europe throughout the winter of 1940 and into 1941. In Oslo, Amsterdam, Helsinki, and Brussels, young men sat in similar offices, wrestling with similar decisions. They were not German citizens. Many came from countries that were neutral, like Sweden and Switzerland. Others hailed from nations Germany had conquered: Denmark, Norway, the Netherlands, Belgium. Yet here they were, considering enlistment in Adolf Hitler's armed forces for a war that was not yet their own. The question that hung in each recruitment office was the same. Why would free men volunteer to fight for a regime that invaded their homelands or threatened their sovereignty? The answer, at least the one the SS offered, was ideological. Heinrich Himmler, the architect of this unprecedented recruitment campaign, envisioned something revolutionary: a pan-Germanic military force that transcended national boundaries. This would not be the Wehrmacht, Germany's regular army, bound by traditional notions of citizenship and national service. This would be the Waffen-SS, a political army dedicated to racial ideology and anti-communist crusade. Himmler believed that Germanic peoples, Scandinavians, Dutch, Flemish, and others he deemed racially acceptable, shared a common destiny. That destiny, he proclaimed in speeches throughout occupied Europe, was to defend Western civilization against the Asiatic hordes of Bolshevism. It was a message crafted with cunning, designed to appeal not to loyalty toward Nazi Germany, but to fear of Soviet expansion and pride in Nordic heritage. The formation of what would become SS Division Viking began officially in December 1940, though planning had started months earlier. Hitler's planned invasion of the Soviet Union, Operation Barbarossa, was still half a year away, but Himmler was already preparing his ideological shock troops. The recruitment drive initially targeted Denmark and Norway, recently conquered nations where German officials hoped to find willing collaborators. In Denmark, the appeal found particular resonance among aristocratic families who feared communism more than they resented German occupation. In Norway, where Vidkun Quisling's collaborationist government actively encouraged enlistment, volunteers came from both Nazi sympathizers and adventure-seeking young men who saw military service as preferable to unemployment. The response exceeded expectations. By January 1941, nearly 400 Danish volunteers had enlisted, along with 700 Norwegians. The Dutch proved even more receptive. In the Netherlands, where Anton Musset's National Socialist movement had cultivated a following before the war, recruitment offices in Amsterdam and The Hague drew approximately 1,000 volunteers by early 1941. These men came from diverse backgrounds: university students like von Schallberg, unemployed factory workers seeking steady pay, ardent fascists who genuinely believed in Nazi ideology, and opportunists who saw advancement in collaboration. The Flemish regions of Belgium contributed several hundred more, particularly from areas where resentment toward the Francophone Belgian government ran deep. Finnish volunteers presented a unique case. Finland had fought its own brutal war against the Soviet Union in the Winter War of 1939 to 1940, and many Finns saw German forces as natural allies against their Soviet enemies. Approximately 300 Finnish volunteers enlisted, motivated less by ideology than by pragmatic anti-Soviet sentiment. By spring 1941, the recruits converged on training grounds at Heuberg in southwestern Germany. The scene there illustrated the audacity and absurdity of Himmler's vision in equal measure. Danish volunteers who spoke no German trained alongside Dutch recruits who spoke no Norwegian, supervised by German NCOs who often spoke neither language well. Estonian ethnic Germans, Flemish Belgians, even a handful of Swiss and Swedish volunteers milled about in a babel of confusion. The SS had created a military unit bound not by common language or national identity, but by an abstract racial ideology that most recruits understood only vaguely. Language barriers immediately created chaos. Orders given in German were misunderstood. Training exercises descended into confusion. Soldiers from different countries eyed each other with suspicion, uncertain whether to see their foreign comrades as brothers in arms or competitors for German approval. Yet slowly, grudgingly, a military unit began to take shape. The SS assigned the Division 3 infantry regiments, each with distinct national character. Regiment Germania consisted primarily of ethnic Germans and was designated the Core Unit. Regiment Nordland drew from Scandinavian volunteers Danes, Norwegians, Swedes, with Danes forming the largest contingent. Regiment Westland comprised Dutch and Flemish volunteers with some Belgian Walloons. This structure acknowledged national identities while subordinating them to divisional loyalty. The division's commander, SS Brigadeführer Felix Steiner, was a crucial appointment. A decorated veteran of the First World War, Steiner was 45 years old, a professional soldier rather than an ideological fanatic. Unlike many SS officers who had risen through party ranks, Steiner came from traditional military background. He had joined the Waffen-SS not out of devotion to Nazi ideology, but because it offered opportunities for tactical innovation that the conservative Wehrmacht hierarchy resisted. Steiner implemented training methods that departed radically from standard German military doctrine. He emphasized physical fitness with intensity that bordered on obsession, mandating daily runs, calisthenics, and endurance exercises, even for officers. He organized squads of 10 men, each equipped with more automatic weapons than standard Wehrmacht infantry MP, 40 submachine guns, light machine guns, and later captured Soviet PPSh weapons. This created firepower heavy assault units, capable of independent action without constant officer supervision. Steiner encouraged initiative among NCOs and junior officers, a heretical concept in the rigidly hierarchical Wehrmacht. His storm tactics drew from his First World War experience, but adapted to modern mechanized warfare. Infantry would advance in dispersed formations, using covering fire and maneuver, rather than massed frontal assaults. It was doctrine designed for speed, violence, and exploitation, perfect for the coming invasion of the Soviet Union. But beneath the military training lurked ideological indoctrination. The SS never let recruits forget why they were there. Political officers delivered lectures on racial theory, explaining why Nordic peoples supposedly represented humanity's apex and Slavs an inferior race deserving subjugation. Anti-Bolshevik propaganda films depicted Soviet commissars as Jewish conspirators bent on destroying European culture. Volunteers received pamphlets describing the coming war not as German territorial expansion but as civilizational defense, a crusade to save Europe from communist barbarism. For some recruits, this messaging resonated deeply. True believers absorbed it without question, their existing prejudices confirmed and amplified. For others, the ideology was background noise, less important than the adventure of military service or the escape from occupied homelands where economic opportunities had vanished. Christian Frederick von Schalberg, the Danish student who hesitated in that Copenhagen recruitment office, eventually signed his enlistment papers. His family, Danish nobility with German connections, had a tradition of military service. Von Schalberg himself had studied in Germany before the war and spoke German fluently. Yet his motivations remained complex, perhaps opaque even to himself. Was it genuine belief in the anti-communist crusade? Was it ambition, seeing opportunity in collaboration? Was it simply the recklessness of youth, the desire to participate in something momentous rather than sit out the war in occupied Denmark? Perhaps it was all these things, a tangle of motivations that no single explanation could untangle. He would rise to command Frikorps Danmark, a Danish volunteer unit that fought alongside Viking before being killed in action in 1942. His story embodied the contradictions of the volunteers, patriots who betrayed their countries, idealists who served a criminal regime, soldiers who sought honour in dishonourable service. By May 1941, Division Viking numbered approximately 14,000 men. The final count revealed the multinational composition that made it unique in military history. Approximately 40% ethnic Germans, 25% Dutch and Flemish, 15% Scandinavian, 10% Baltic Germans, and 10% other nationalities including Finns, Ukrainians, and various ethnic Germans from Eastern Europe. It was an unprecedented experiment in military organisation, a division bound by ideology rather than nationality. Critics, even within the Wehrmacht, dismissed it as an absurd exercise in Nazi racial fantasy. They predicted the language barriers would prove insurmountable, the divided loyalties would fracture under combat stress, the entire enterprise would collapse at first contact with the enemy. The skeptics underestimated what shared experience can forge. In the training fields of Heuberg, as volunteers sweated through Steiner's brutal physical regimens, struggled through language barriers to coordinate tactics, and endured the homesickness and uncertainty that afflicts all soldiers far from home, unit cohesion began emerging. It was not the ideological unity Himmler envisioned. Most recruits cared little for Nazi racial theories. Instead, it was the ancient military bond forged through shared hardship. The Danish private who helped a Dutch corporal understand German orders, the Norwegian sergeant who shared cigarettes with Estonian volunteers, the small acts of mutual support that create armies from collections of individuals. By June 1941, as the division prepared to move east toward the Soviet border, it remained to be seen whether this cohesion would survive battle. But it existed, fragile and nascent, a foundation that might hold or might shatter. The official formation ceremony occurred in late May, with Himmler himself presiding. He stood before the assembled regiments, resplendent in his SS uniform, flanked by flags bearing ancient Germanic runes that the Nazis had appropriated for their symbolism. His speech painted a grandiose picture. These volunteers were not mercenaries or collaborators, but pioneers of a new European order. They would march east not as Germans, Danes, or Dutch, but as Germanic warriors united by blood and destiny. The coming war against the Soviet Union, Himmler declared, would determine whether European civilization survived or fell to Asiatic barbarism. It was rhetoric calculated to make farm boys and factory workers feel like Teutonic knights, to transform political opportunism into righteous crusade. Some volunteers believed it. Others simply stood at attention, thinking of more immediate concerns when they would see action, whether they would survive, how their families back home would remember them. The division received its name, Viking, with deliberate symbolism. The Norse Vikings, medieval Scandinavian warriors who had raided and traded across Europe, represented a mythologized past the Nazis claimed as Germanic heritage. Never mind that actual Vikings had been pirates and slavers as much as heroes, that their society bore no resemblance to Nazi ideology, that most volunteers knew little of actual Norse history. The name evoked martial prowess and Nordic identity, exactly the image Himmler wanted. Division insignia featured a sonnenrad, a sun wheel, another ancient symbol appropriated by Nazi mysticism. Soldiers wore this symbol on their collars, a mark that would later make them targets for particular hatred from Soviet troops who understood what the SS represented. As June 1941 arrived, Division Viking prepared for deployment. The men knew their destination lay east, toward the Soviet border, though the exact nature of their mission remained unclear. Rumours circulated they would occupy Soviet territory, already conquered, they would garrison rear areas, they would spearhead a lightning campaign that would topple Stalin's regime in weeks. Few volunteers understood the magnitude of what was coming. Operation Barbarossa, the invasion plan Hitler and his generals had crafted, envisioned 3 million German and Axis troops smashing through Soviet defences, encircling entire armies, capturing Moscow and Leningrad before winter arrived. It was the largest military operation in human history. And these foreign volunteers, Danes who had never fired a shot in anger, Dutch farm boys who had trained for mere months, Norwegian students who had never seen a Soviet soldier, would soon be swept into its maelstrom. In those final days before deployment, some volunteers wrote letters home. These documents, preserved in archives, reveal the mixture of bravado and uncertainty that characterized the division. A Norwegian volunteer wrote to his mother that he was going to fight for Europe's freedom, parroting the propaganda he had absorbed. A Dutch recruit confided to his brother his fear of the coming battle, but also his determination not to show cowardice before his comrades. A Danish volunteer penned a letter to his fiancée, promising to return with stories of victory and adventure, a promise he would not live to keep. These letters, written by men on the threshold between peace and war, capture a moment of innocence about to be shattered. They did not yet understand what combat meant, the terror, the exhaustion, the moral compromises, the way war transforms those who survive it. They could not imagine that most of them would be dead, wounded, or captured before the war ended, that their division would retreat across thousands of kilometers before surrendering in the ruins of Austria, that their decision to volunteer would haunt survivors and descendants for generations. On June 21st, 1941, as the summer solstice sun set over training camps across Germany and Poland, Division Viking received final movement orders. At dawn the next day, over 3 million Axis soldiers would surge across the Soviet border in Operation Barbarossa. Division Viking, assigned to Army Group South, would cross into Soviet Ukraine, spearheading the drive toward Kiev and beyond. The foreign volunteers, these Scandinavian students and Dutch factory workers and Baltic Germans who had enlisted for ideology or adventure or escape, were about to become participants in a war of annihilation. Their idealism, their illusions, their identities all would be tested in the furnace of the Eastern Front. Some would become hardened killers, others would become disillusioned deserters. Many would simply become casualties, names carved on memorial stones in villages they never should have left. But on that last evening before the storm, they were still volunteers, still believers or opportunists or adventurers, still men who had chosen to cross a threshold. By dawn, they would begin discovering what lay on the other side. June 22nd, 1941, 3:15 in the morning, Soviet-German border near Lvov, Ukraine. The darkness erupts. 4,000 artillery pieces open fire simultaneously along a 2,000-kilometre front, their muzzle flashes turning the pre-dawn sky orange and red like a false sunrise. The ground shakes with the impact of thousands of shells smashing into Soviet border positions, pillboxes, command posts, and sleeping barracks. In the Westland Regiment's assembly area, Dutch and Flemish volunteers crouch in their trenches, hands pressed against their ears against the overwhelming thunder. Some vomit from the concussive pressure. Others pray. A few laugh with nervous excitement, the adrenaline overwhelming fear. This is it, the moment all the training led toward, the baptism of fire that will separate soldiers from civilians. At exactly 4 o'clock, whistles blow. Officers shout orders, barely audible over the continuing barrage. The men climb out of their trenches and begin moving forward into Soviet territory, into a war that will consume them all. Operation Barbarossa, Hitler's invasion of the Soviet Union, was the largest military operation in human history. 3 million German and Axis troops, supported by 3,000 aircraft, 7,000 artillery pieces, and 3,000 tanks, smashed across the border at dawn on June 22nd, 1941. The attack achieved complete surprise despite warnings Stalin had received and ignored. Soviet forces, caught in the middle of reorganization and leadership purges, reeled backward in chaos. Army Group South, to which Division Viking was attached, crossed into Ukraine with orders to capture Kyiv, seize the industrial Donbass region, and drive toward the oil fields of the Caucasus. Within this massive offensive, Viking formed, part of the spearhead fresh troops tasked with exploiting breakthroughs and maintaining momentum. The first hours seemed to validate Nazi propaganda about Soviet weakness. Westland Regiment crossed the border near Ravaruska, encountering only sporadic resistance from bewildered Soviet border guards. Many Red Army units, caught completely by surprise, surrendered without firing a shot. Others fought briefly before retreating eastward in disorganized columns. German aircraft dominated the skies, having destroyed much of the Soviet Air Force on the ground in the war's first hours. For the volunteers who had trained for months wondering what combat would be like, the initial advance seemed almost anticlimactic. They walked more than fought, moving eastward through fields of wheat and sunflowers, while smoke from burning Soviet installations rose in the distance. The pace was exhausting, 30 kilometers the first day, then another 20, then another, but casualties remained light. Perhaps, some volunteers thought, the propaganda had been right. Perhaps the Soviet colossus was rotten from within, ready to collapse at the first push. By the third day, reality began asserting itself. Vikings' advance brought them to Tarnopol, a significant city where Soviet forces had organized a defensive perimeter. Here the volunteers experienced their first real battle, and it bore no resemblance to the easy advance of the preceding days. Soviet artillery, absent during the initial breakthrough, now spoke with devastating effect. Shells rained down on German assembly areas, shredding men who moments before had been laughing and smoking. Machine gun nests, carefully sited in buildings and rubble piles, forced attacking infantry to ground. For the first time, volunteers heard the distinctive sound of Soviet Maxim machine guns, a rapid stuttering that meant death sweeping toward you. The battle devolved into house-to-house fighting, rooms cleared with grenades and close-range fire, desperate hand-to-hand struggles in hallways and cellars. A Danish volunteer, Erik Hansen, recorded his experience of Tarnopol in a letter that somehow survived the war. He described entering a building with his squad, clearing the ground floor, then ascending stairs towards Soviet positions above. The confined space made every corner a potential death trap. His squad leader threw a grenade upward, the explosion deafening in the enclosed stairwell, then rushed up into the smoke. Hansen followed, his MP-40 submachine gun leading the way, and emerged into a room where 3 Soviet soldiers lay wounded or dead. One, barely alive, tried to raise his rifle. Hansen shot him without thinking, a reflexive action that probably saved his life but would haunt his dreams for decades. The room stank of cordite, blood, and human waste. His hands shook so badly he could barely reload his weapon. This was combat, not glorious, not clean, just terrifying and brutal, and utterly different from anything training had prepared him for. The battle for Tarnopol lasted 4 days. When it finally ended on June 26, Westland Regiment had suffered its first significant casualties, 37 dead, over 100 wounded. The division's other regiments, attacking elsewhere along the front, reported similar losses. These numbers seem small compared to later battles, but they represented a psychological threshold. The invulnerable feeling of the first days evaporated. Men who had been confident became cautious. The wounded, evacuated rearward through aid stations, overwhelmed with casualties, forced those who remained to confront their own mortality. Some volunteers broke, not fleeing or deserting, but becoming ineffective, freezing under fire, or developing mysterious ailments that removed them from combat. Others grew harder, the killing becoming easier, with repetition, empathy cauterized by survival instinct. After Tarnopol, the advance continued, but against stiffening resistance. Soviet forces, recovering from initial shock, began mounting coordinated counterattacks. New Soviet 34 and KV-1 tanks appeared, their thick armor shrugging off hits from German anti-tank weapons that had easily destroyed lighter tanks. A KV-1 could absorb a dozen hits from 37mm anti-tank guns without stopping, its 76mm main gun demolishing German positions with impunity. Vikings infantry, equipped primarily with 37mm pack guns and magnetic mines for close-range anti-tank combat, found themselves nearly helpless against these steel monsters. Soldiers learned to recognize the distinctive roar of a 34's diesel engine, a sound that meant death was approaching and you had better find cover or produce a miracle. The environment itself proved an enemy. Ukraine in summer was beautiful, vast fields of grain, sunflowers stretching to horizons, villages with whitewashed houses and cherry orchards. It was also hell. Temperatures soared to 35 degrees Celsius by noon, the sun beating down mercilessly on men wearing wool uniforms and carrying 20 kilograms of equipment. Dust from the roads, churned by thousands of vehicles and marching feet, created choking clouds that coated everything. Water sources were scarce and often contaminated. Dysentery swept through units, weakening men already exhausted by constant movement and combat. At night, temperatures dropped sharply, leaving soldiers shivering in thin summer blankets. The pace never relented. 20 kilometers one day, 30 the next, then another battle, then more marching. By early July, Viking had penetrated deep into Ukraine, advancing over 400 kilometers in 2 weeks. The division reached Zhitomir, a regional capital that Soviet forces were determined to defend. The Battle of Zhitomir, fought from July 10th to 12th, became Viking's first major coordinated divisional assault. All 3 regiments attacked simultaneously, supported by artillery and Luftwaffe dive bombers. Urban combat in Zhitomir proved even more brutal than Tarnopol. Soviet defenders fought from cellars, rooftops, and sewers. Civilians, caught between the armies, died in crossfire or were killed deliberately by both sides. Germans executing suspected partisans, Soviets shooting collaborators. Buildings burned, filling streets with smoke so thick that units lost contact with each other. Casualties mounted 200 dead, over 500 wounded, before Zhitomir finally fell. It was during this period that volunteers first confronted the other war happening in their wake. Behind the advancing front lines, SS Einsatzgruppen mobile killing units followed the Wehrmacht eastward, systematically murdering Jews, communists, and others the Nazi regime deemed enemies. Near Berdichev, elements of Viking encountered an Einsatzgruppen execution site, a ravine where hundreds of bodies lay, many showing signs of the recent killing. The scene was undeniable, the smell unmistakable. Most volunteers had heard vague rumours about special units conducting security operations, but this was concrete reality. How they responded varied. Some turned away, unwilling to acknowledge what they saw. Others rationalised it, wartime necessities, partisan warfare, believing propaganda that victims were saboteurs or spies. A few were disturbed enough to speak quietly among themselves, questioning whether this was the crusade they had enlisted for. Felix Steiner, the division commander, confronted SS leadership about Einsatzgruppen activities in Viking's operational area. He argued that his volunteers had enlisted for military service, not participation in atrocities, and that association with mass killings damaged unit morale and discipline. His objections were noted and dismissed. Himmler's response was clear. The Einsatzgruppen answered to separate command structures. Their actions were essential to Reich security, and Wehrmacht or Waffen-SS field commanders had no authority to interfere. Steiner, practical above all, ensured his division maintained maximum distance from killing operations while understanding that distance was moral fiction. Viking fought in areas where atrocities occurred, held territory where murders were committed, served a regime that ordered genocide. Combat soldiers and killers were parts of the same machine. By late July, after 5 weeks of continuous operations, Viking had advanced over 800 kilometers into Soviet territory. The division had fought in a dozen significant engagements and countless smaller skirmishes. Casualties totaled 241 killed, over 900 wounded, and 89 missing, roughly 10% of the division's strength. These numbers were considered acceptable, even light, by Wehrmacht standards. But they represented individual tragedies: the Norwegian volunteer blown apart by a mortar shell, the Dutch corporal who bled out from a stomach wound before medics arrived, the Danish officer shot by a sniper while reconnoitering enemy positions. Each death rippled backward, creating vacancies in squads, grief among comrades, and letters to families that delivered unbearable news. The survivors were no longer volunteers in any meaningful sense. They were soldiers now, marked by combat in ways that training never replicated. They had killed men, sometimes at distances where you saw faces, sometimes so close you smelled their fear and blood. They had seen comrades die in ways that would replay in memory forever. They had experienced terror that made time slow down, moments when death seemed certain and survival random chance. They had learned that courage was not absence of fear, but continuing to function while terrified. They had discovered that war was mostly exhaustion, boredom, and discomfort, punctuated by brief periods of overwhelming violence. The ideological crusade that recruitment officers had sold them seemed very far away now, replaced by more immediate concerns: staying alive, keeping comrades alive, finding food and water, getting mail from home. The Ukrainian countryside bore the scars of their passage. Villages that had stood for centuries lay in ruins, their populations fled or dead. Fields that should have been harvested burned instead, columns of smoke marking Soviet scorched earth retreats. Roads were clogged with refugees, millions of civilians fleeing eastward away from the fighting, carrying what possessions they could, abandoning homes and livelihoods to escape armies that viewed them as obstacles or targets. Viking soldiers marching east past these human rivers flowing west, and some felt pity while others felt only impatience at the delays these refugees caused to military movements. The volunteers had entered a war zone, but that zone was also someone's homeland, and every kilometre the division advanced left devastation that would take decades to heal, if it healed at all. As July ended and August began, the strategic picture remained favourable for Germany. Army Group South had captured vast territories, encircled huge Soviet formations, and seemed poised to reach its objectives. But operational reports revealed troubling details. Soviet resistance was stiffening, not collapsing. Casualties, light by Great War standards, were accumulating faster than replacements arrived. Equipment was wearing out under constant use, vehicles breaking down, weapons malfunctioning, supplies consumed faster than logistics could deliver. The Red Army, despite catastrophic losses, continued fielding new divisions. Where were these formations coming from? Intelligence had predicted the Soviets had perhaps 200 divisions at war's start. Already the Wehrmacht had destroyed that many, yet new Soviet armies kept appearing. The volunteers of Viking, focused on immediate tactical concerns, didn't grasp these strategic warning signs. But in rear area headquarters, staff officers were beginning to worry. The baptism of fire that Viking experienced in those first weeks of Barbarossa transformed recruitment promises into battlefield reality. The crusade against Bolshevism became a grinding war of attrition. The adventure became a nightmare of violence and exhaustion. The unity of Germanic warriors became a collection of squads trying to stay alive. Yet somehow, the division held together. The Dutch volunteer who had trained alongside Norwegian comrades now fought beside them, shared foxholes with them, mourned them when they died. The ideological cohesion Himmler had envisioned largely failed to materialise, but something more fundamental emerged: the bond of shared suffering. By August 1941, Viking was no longer a collection of foreign volunteers playing soldier. It was a combat division, bloodied but functional, advancing deeper into Ukraine toward battles that would test whether courage and tactical skill could overcome strategic mathematics. The volunteers had crossed the border into the Soviet Union 8 weeks earlier as idealists, opportunists, and adventurers. They continued eastward now as something different survivors of a war that was just beginning. August 15th, 1941. Field Post Station, 20 kilometres behind the front lines. A Danish volunteer named Lars Pedersen sits on an ammunition crate, pencil hovering over paper, struggling to write a letter home to his parents in Copenhagen. Around him, other soldiers write their own letters, smoke cigarettes, or sleep in exhaustion. Pedersen wants to tell his family that everything is fine, that the crusade against Bolshevism is proceeding as promised, that he is proud to serve. But the words won't come. Instead, his mind replays scenes from 3 days earlier, a village where Einsatzgruppen had recently operated, bodies left unburied, including children, the smell overwhelming even from a distance. He knows military censors will read anything he writes, that complaints or criticisms could mean punishment. So he writes safe generalities about comradeship and duty, signs his name, and seals the envelope. But the censor who reads this letter 2 days later notes Pedersen's name in a file, flagging him as potentially unreliable. The volunteer who crossed the Soviet border 2 months earlier with ideological certainty has become a soldier with dangerous doubts. The summer and autumn of 1941 marked a period of fracturing idealism within Division Viking. The initial enthusiasm that characterized recruitment and training began eroding under the accumulated weight of combat casualties, exposure to atrocities, and growing realization that this was Germany's war of conquest rather than a pan-European crusade. The cracks appeared gradually in individual soldiers rather than organized dissent, but they were real and widening. Some volunteers began questioning whether they had made a terrible mistake. Others hardened into ruthlessness, becoming what the war demanded they become. The division's identity, still forming under combat stress, pulled in multiple directions simultaneously. The most profound disillusionment came from encounters with SS atrocities. Although Viking itself largely avoided direct participation in Holocaust operations, the division operated in zones where genocide was occurring systematically. Einsatzgruppen units followed close behind advancing combat troops, conducting mass executions of Jews, communist officials, intellectuals, and others deemed enemies of the Reich. Villages that Viking captured one day became killing sites the next. Volunteers who had enlisted to fight Soviet soldiers found themselves associated with mass murder of civilians. Most had not known such operations were planned. Recruitment officers had spoken of military campaigns, not systematic genocide. Now, they were implicated by proximity, their military victories, enabling crimes they hadn't anticipated. Individual responses varied widely. Some volunteers genuinely believed Nazi propaganda, that victims were partisans, saboteurs, or communist agents deserving execution. The chaos of partisan warfare, where civilians sometimes concealed weapons and attacked German soldiers, provided convenient rationalization. Others recognized atrocities for what they were, but felt powerless to object or intervene. What could a junior enlisted man do against SS organizational structures and Nazi ideology backed by lethal enforcement? A few tried to separate themselves psychologically, insisting they were soldiers fighting a military war, not participants in genocide. This distinction was morally dubious. Their combat operations created conditions enabling mass murder, but psychologically necessary for those unwilling to confront their complicity. Felix Steiner, the division commander, occupied an ambiguous position. Unlike some SS officers who embraced genocide enthusiastically, Steiner saw himself as a professional soldier focused on military effectiveness. He objected to Einsatzgruppen activities not primarily on moral grounds, but because association with atrocities damaged unit cohesion and recruitment. In August 1941, Steiner met with higher SS leadership to express these concerns, arguing that foreign volunteers had enlisted for military service and that proximity to mass killings caused morale problems. His superior officers acknowledged his concerns politely, then made clear that Einsatzgruppen operations were Reich policy, not subject to field commander objections. Steiner was told to focus on military operations and not interfere with security measures. He complied, maintaining maximum practical distance between his combat troops and killing units, while understanding that distance changed nothing essential. The ideological cracks appeared in other ways beyond atrocity exposure. National tensions, submerged during initial operations, began surfacing under stress. Danish volunteers sometimes clashed with German officers over perceived disrespect or discrimination. Dutch soldiers resented being treated as second-class troops compared to ethnic Germans. Norwegian volunteers questioned why they were fighting deep in Ukraine when their homeland remained under German occupation. The pan-Germanic unity that Himmler had envisioned proved thin when exhaustion, fear, and combat trauma eroded social cohesion. Language barriers, initially amusing or frustrating, became serious operational problems when miscommunications during combat caused casualties. Letters from volunteers during this period, those that escaped censorship or were preserved in family archives, reveal the psychological strain. A Dutch volunteer named Jan de Vries wrote to his brother in August describing his disillusionment. "We were told we would fight Bolsheviks threatening our homeland. Instead, we march endlessly through burning villages, and I wonder what we are defending and what we are destroying." A Norwegian officer noted in his diary that several men in his platoon had approached him quietly, asking about possibilities for transfer to other units or even discharge. He had to inform them that Waffen-SS service was for the war's duration. There was no leaving except through death, disabling injury, or desertion. The latter carried death penalty. Desertion, while rare, did occur. In September 1941, a Norwegian volunteer named Olav Berg disappeared during a night march near Uman. Whether he deliberately deserted or was captured by Soviet forces remained unclear, but his absence created tension within his unit. If Berg had deserted intentionally, where would he go? Soviet territory offered no safety for someone wearing a German uniform. Returning to Norway meant crossing hundreds of kilometres of German-occupied territory without documents or supplies. Most likely, if he deserted, he died of exposure, starvation, or was shot by Soviet partisans. But the possibility that he had chosen desertion over continued service unnerved his comrades, forcing them to confront the same doubts he must have felt. The tension between military professionalism and ideological demands created particular stress for Vikings leadership. SS ideology demanded that soldiers be political warriors, racially conscious, and ideologically committed. But battlefield effectiveness required discipline, tactical competence, and unit cohesion qualities that often conflicted with ideological fervour. When a Nordland regiment commander objected to Wehrmacht orders to execute suspected partisans without trial, arguing this violated military honour, he found himself caught between professional military ethics and SS expectations. The Wehrmacht court, handling the case, ruled that summary executions of irregular forces were legal under existing directives. The officer, faced with court-martial for insubordination, if he continued objecting, complied while understanding he had crossed another moral threshold. Religious volunteers experienced particular inner conflict. Division Viking, unlike some Waffen-SS units that banned religious practice, permitted chaplains and religious services. A Swedish chaplain named Erik Wallin, who served with Nordland Regiment, conducted Protestant services and heard confessions from Catholic volunteers. In September, Wallin noted in his journal that several volunteers had approached him in spiritual crisis, confessing their involvement in or proximity to killings that violated their religious beliefs. Wallin found himself in an impossible position. How could he offer absolution for ongoing participation in criminal activities? He provided what comfort he could while recognizing that true absolution required change, impossible within military structures that enforced obedience through threat of execution. By autumn 1941, the division had lost approximately 15 to 20 volunteers to desertion, transfer requests granted for psychological instability or self-inflicted wounds designed to enable medical evacuation. These numbers were small, less than 1% of divisional strength, but represented a hemorrhage of ideological commitment. Those who departed were often men who had genuinely believed recruitment propaganda about a defensive crusade and couldn't reconcile that belief with the reality of aggressive conquest and genocide. Their departures reinforced cohesion among those who remained, either because they still believed had stopped caring about moral questions or were too invested to turn back. The replacements arriving to fill combat casualties brought different attitudes than original volunteers. By late summer, recruitment was focusing less on ideological commitment and more on filling manpower needs. Ethnic Germans from Ukraine and Romania, Flemish and Walloon Belgians, even Ukrainians from German-occupied territories joined the division with motivations more practical than ideological. Some sought revenge against the Soviet regime that had oppressed them. Others wanted escape from civilian life under occupation, where starvation and forced labor awaited the unemployed. These pragmatic recruits cared little for Nazi racial theories but understood that military service offered food, pay, and status. Their integration diluted whatever ideological purity the division had possessed. The fractures within Viking reflected broader tensions within the Waffen-SS foreign volunteer program. Himmler had envisioned these units as vanguard of a new European order, racially pure warriors fighting for continental supremacy. Reality produced something messier, multinational units held together by military discipline and shared danger rather than ideology, commanded by professional soldiers who often viewed Nazi racial theories as irrelevant nonsense, fighting a war that increasingly resembled colonial conquest rather than civilizational defense. The gap between propaganda and reality created cognitive dissonance that volunteers resolved through psychological compartmentalization, moral disengagement, or quiet desperation. Yet despite these cracks, the division remained combat effective. Whatever doubts individual soldiers harbored, they continued fighting with competence and occasional ferocity. Unit cohesion, though strained, held because alternatives to continued service were either non-existent or worse than staying. The Danish volunteer who questioned the war's morality in private letters still followed orders in combat. The Dutch soldier who was disgusted by atrocities still assaulted Soviet positions when commanded. The Norwegian officer who privately opposed summary executions still enforced discipline within his platoon. This was the practical reality of military service in a totalitarian regime. Individual conscience became irrelevant when institutional structures demanded obedience backed by lethal force. As autumn turned toward winter in 1941, Viking continued advancing eastward despite internal tensions. The division fought through Uman, where over 100,000 Soviet soldiers were encircled and destroyed, then pushed toward the Dnieper River, Ukraine's great geographic barrier. Each battle tested not just military competence but psychological resilience. How long could soldiers continue fighting in a war they doubted, for causes they questioned, under conditions that grew harsher each week? The answer, it seemed, was as long as alternatives remained worse. But the cracks in the ideological shield were widening, and eventually, under sufficient pressure, even well-trained soldiers and tight unit cohesion could fracture. That pressure was coming. Its name was winter, and it would test Viking in ways summer combat had not. The volunteers who had crossed into Soviet territory in June with confidence about quick victory now understood they were trapped in something far larger and more terrible than anticipated. They could not go home. Military discipline and totalitarian control made desertion nearly impossible. They could not change what they were part of the machine of war and genocide ground forward, regardless of individual qualms. They could only continue hoping to survive, trying to maintain whatever personal morality they could within structures designed to destroy morality. Some succeeded in preserving their humanity despite everything. Others lost themselves, becoming what war required them to become. Most existed somewhere between those extremes, compromising daily, accumulating guilt and trauma, waiting for the war to end in victory or death. By November 1941, as temperatures dropped and Soviet counteroffensives began, they would discover that survival itself demanded even more terrible compromises. September 15th, 1941, Divisional Headquarters, Field Tent, outside Poltava, Ukraine. Felix Steiner stands before a map covered with red and blue markings showing unit positions, enemy formations, and recent battles. Around him, his regimental commanders sit on folding chairs, notebooks open, exhaustion visible on every face. The division has just completed a brutal assault on a fortified village that cost 80 casualties to capture a position of minimal strategic value. Steiner's expression is thunderous. "Gentlemen," he begins, his voice cold with controlled anger. "We cannot continue fighting this way. We have better training, better equipment, better soldiers than the Red Army. Yet we are suffering unnecessary casualties because we are fighting stupidly." He pauses, letting the criticism settle. "Effective immediately, we will reorganize squad tactics, revise assault procedures, and implement new combined arms coordination. The Wehrmacht does not innovate fast enough. We will." This meeting would mark the phase, the beginning of tactical evolution that would transform Viking from a competent division into one of the most feared formations on the Eastern Front. Steiner had come to the Eastern Front with theories about modern warfare that conventional Wehrmacht doctrine resisted. A veteran of the First World War, he had experienced the futility of massed infantry assaults against prepared defences. He had seen thousands of men die to capture hundreds of metres of ground, victories measured by corpse counts rather than strategic gain. When he joined the Waffen-SS in the 1930s, he saw an opportunity to implement new ideas that the conservative Wehrmacht hierarchy rejected. Now, with a division under his command and permission to experiment, Steiner set about remaking infantry tactics for industrial warfare. The foundation of his system was the squad 10 men armed with disproportionate firepower. Standard Wehrmacht infantry squads in 1941 centered around a single MG-34 machine gun, with riflemen supporting that weapon. Steiner reversed the proportion. His squads included 2 or 3 machine guns, multiple MP-40 submachine guns, rifle grenadiers with explosive charges, and a light mortar when possible. This created mobile firepower bases, capable of suppressing enemy positions through volume of fire rather than accuracy. The tactical concept was simple: shock through firepower density. When a Viking squad assaulted a position, it brought overwhelming automatic fire, forcing defenders to cover while assault elements closed with grenades and close-range weapons. Physical fitness formed the second pillar of Steiner's doctrine. He mandated daily physical training even during operations runs, calisthenics, strength exercises at intensity that shocked even veteran soldiers accustomed to military discipline. Officers and NCOs participated alongside enlisted men, building unit cohesion through shared suffering. Critics called it obsessive. Steiner called it necessary. Mechanized warfare created sudden opportunities for exploitation that only physically fit troops could seize. An infantry squad capable of running 5 kilometers with full equipment could exploit breakthrough before defenders reorganized. Exhausted troops could not. Physical superiority, Steiner argued, was tactical advantage. Combined arms integration at low command levels represented Steiner's most radical departure from standard practice. Wehrmacht doctrine called for infantry to advance, encounter resistance, call for artillery or armour support, then wait for higher headquarters to coordinate assets. This process was slow, cumbersome, and allowed enemies time to adjust. Steiner pushed coordination down to company and sometimes platoon level. His infantry trained alongside supporting armour, assault guns, and artillery, building personal relationships and common tactical language. A company commander could call directly on attached tank, platoons, or assault guns, coordinating support immediately without passing requests up command chains. This required trust battalion and regimental commanders had to accept that junior officers might misuse assets or call for support unnecessarily. Steiner accepted that risk, believing speed and initiative mattered more than perfect efficiency. In late September, Viking conducted training exercises behind the front lines, implementing Steiner's revised doctrines. Battalions rotated out of active operations for 3-day cycles combining rest and intensive training. Squads practiced assault techniques approaching undercovering fire, suppressing positions with automatic weapons, closing with grenades, clearing with submachine guns. Companies rehearsed combined arms attacks, coordinating with attached assault gun platoons to breach fortified positions. Regimental staffs wargamed operations, testing new communication procedures and command systems. It was highly unusual to conduct intensive training during active operations, but Steiner insisted that doctrine adapted in training worked better than theories developed in staff meetings. The first implementation came at the Dnieper River crossings in early October. Soviet forces had established strong defensive positions along the river's west bank, using the natural barrier to stabilize their front after months of chaotic retreat. Wehrmacht intelligence predicted frontal assaults would be costly, requiring massed artillery and air support. Steiner proposed an alternative. Westland Regiment, reinforced with assault guns and engineers, would conduct a nighttime infiltration crossing, then assault immediately from the bridgehead using decentralized tactics. Rather than waiting for divisional artillery coordination, battalion commanders would lead with assets immediately available, attached assault guns, organic mortars, squad automatic weapons. The assault began at 4 in the morning on October 5th. Engineers paddled assault boats across the Dnieper, silently landing infantry companies on the Soviet-held bank. Alert Soviet sentries opened fire, triggering the planned chaos. Instead of withdrawing or waiting for support, company commanders attacked immediately with everything available. Machine gun teams suppressed Soviet positions while assault squads moved forward through darkness, navigating by compass and tracer fire. Each squad operated semi-independently, seeking weak points rather than assaulting frontally into strength. Within 2 hours, Westland Regiment had carved out a bridgehead 500 meters deep, captured key positions, and enabled engineers to begin constructing a bridge for armor crossing. Casualties were less than half what staff officers had predicted. Steiner's tactics had worked. The tactical innovations spread throughout the division as successful techniques were shared and refined. The Nordland Regiment adopted similar assault procedures, adding modifications based on their experience with Soviet defensive tactics. Germania Regiment, which had more combat experience than the foreign volunteer regiments, contributed refinements about coordinating supporting fires. By mid-October, Division Viking had evolved a distinct tactical doctrine that differentiated it from standard Wehrmacht formations. Observers from other divisions visited Viking to study the methods. Some Wehrmacht commanders dismissed it as reckless or appropriate only for elite troops. Others recognized that Steiner was solving problems that conventional doctrine couldn't address. Weapons integration formed another innovation area. The Red Army used excellent weapons that Germans increasingly adopted. The PPSH-41 submachine gun, Soviet-made with a distinctive 71-round drum magazine, appeared in large numbers in Soviet units. German troops, recognizing its superiority to their own MP-40 in some respects, captured and used them. Steiner encouraged this, establishing armories that maintained captured Soviet weapons alongside German issue. His troops learned to use PPSH-41s, SVT-40 semi-automatic rifles, and DP-28 light machine guns, choosing weapons appropriate to specific tactical situations rather than being constrained by German production. This practical flexibility violated Wehrmacht regulations about standardization but improved combat effectiveness. Communications represented another focus. Standard Wehrmacht practice pushed radio communication to battalion level, with companies and below relying on runners, telephone, wire, or signal flags. Steiner equipped his platoon leaders with radios, enabling direct coordination during fluid operations. This required extra logistics. Radios needed batteries, spare parts, trained operators, but the tactical advantages were enormous. A platoon leader, encountering unexpected resistance, could immediately request support, adjust artillery fires, or warn adjacent units, without sending runners who might be killed or delayed. Real-time information flow enabled faster decision-making, crucial in mobile warfare where minutes determined success or failure. The price of innovation was constant training and high equipment maintenance standards. Steiner's tactics required intelligent, well-trained soldiers capable of independent decision-making under stress. This wasn't the parade ground discipline of line infantry following commands. Without question, it was organized chaos, where squad leaders made tactical decisions that colonels made in conventional units. Not every soldier could operate effectively with this much autonomy. Those who couldn't were transferred to support roles or other units. This created an unofficial selection process, where combat veterans who demonstrated initiative and judgment became squad leaders, while those who needed constant direction filled specialist roles. By November 1941, Division Viking's reputation for tactical competence had spread throughout Army Group South. Other commanders requested Viking for difficult operations, assaults on heavily defended positions, exploitation breakthroughs, rearguard actions during withdrawals. This was professionally flattering but operationally exhausting. Elite units received the hardest missions, suffer disproportionate casualties, and get insufficient rest between operations. Viking began experiencing the elite unit paradox. Tactical excellence led to operational overuse, which caused casualties that degraded the excellence that made the unit valuable in the first place. The tactical innovations couldn't compensate for strategic problems, though. German forces were stretching thin across vast distances, supply lines grew longer and more vulnerable, and Soviet resistance strengthened rather than collapsed. Viking squads might clear an enemy position with half the casualties conventional tactics would cost, but Soviet reinforcements kept arriving. The division might advance 15 kilometers in a day through brilliant maneuver, but the operational objective remained hundreds of kilometers distant. Tactical excellence, Steiner understood, was necessary but insufficient. Military campaigns were decided by logistics, replacement rates, industrial production, and strategic direction factors individual divisions couldn't control. As autumn turned toward winter and temperatures dropped, Steiner watched his tactical systems being tested under deteriorating conditions. Soldiers could still execute assault tactics, but cold reduced physical performance, equipment malfunctioned in freezing weather, and supply shortages meant ammunition for those firepower-heavy squads became scarce. The combined arms coordination worked when armour and assault guns were available, but mechanical breakdowns and fuel shortages increasingly left infantry without support. Radio communications functioned until batteries died and replacements didn't arrive. The tactical innovations that had seemed revolutionary in September became increasingly academic in November as operational conditions deteriorated. The upcoming Battle of Rostov would test Vikings' tactical doctrine under the worst possible conditions urban warfare in winter against a determined enemy with numerical and logistical advantages. Steiner's innovations had transformed how the division fought, making it more effective than standard infantry formations in most situations. But effectiveness had limits. Superior tactics could defeat equal or moderately superior forces. They couldn't defeat industrial production, strategic depth, and enemy willingness to accept catastrophic casualties. The volunteers of Viking had become highly capable soldiers through Steiner's Steel School. They were about to discover that even highly capable soldiers could be overwhelmed by mathematics, the cold equations of manpower, materiel, and endurance that ultimately decided wars regardless of tactical excellence. The innovations that made them exceptional would keep them alive longer than less capable units, but in the end, even the best tactics couldn't change strategic reality. November 17th, 1941. Outskirts of Rostov, on Don. Dawn. The cold hits like a physical blow. Temperatures have dropped to minus 15 degrees Celsius overnight, and the Dutch volunteers of Westland Regiment huddle in their assembly positions, breath steaming, hands numb despite gloves. Freezing rain fell through the night, coating everything in treacherous ice. Above them, German artillery begins the preparatory bombardment, shells screaming eastward towards Soviet positions in Rostov. The city sprawls before them, a major industrial and transportation hub on the Don River, gateway to the Caucasus, an objective that German High Command has declared essential. The plan is familiar: breakthrough, exploitation, rapid capture. But something feels different this morning. The cold is worse than anything they've experienced. Intelligence reports indicate strong Soviet defences, and the veterans, men who've survived 4 months of combat, have a sixth sense that whispers warnings this battle will not go according to plan. Rostov-on-Don was a prize 1st Panzer Army had pursued throughout November. The city represented more than military objective, it was psychological and strategic symbol. Capturing Rostov would give Germany control of Don River crossings, open routes toward Caucasus oil fields, and demonstrate that German forces retained offensive capability despite approaching winter. Stalin understood Rostov's importance equally well and ordered its defense regardless of cost. Fresh Siberian divisions equipped and trained for winter warfare reinforced the city throughout early November. The Soviet 9th and 37th Armies established defensive perimeters with veteran troops who had learned from 5 months of defeats. This would not be another easy victory against surprised and disorganized defenders. Division Viking spearheaded the assault as part of 1st Panzer Army's offensive. The attack began November 17th with artillery preparation, then infantry and armour advancing into the city's outskirts. Initial progress seemed promising, forward positions fell, defenders retreated, the familiar pattern of German advance continued. But the urban environment created problems that open terrain hadn't. Buildings channeled advances into predictable routes. Soviet defenders turned apartment blocks into fortresses, each requiring systematic clearing. Machine gun teams positioned on upper floors commanded entire streets. Anti-tank weapons hidden in rubble knocked out supporting armor. The battle devolved into house-to-house fighting that neutralized German mobility advantages. Germania Regiment fought its way toward Rostov's central railway station, a massive structure that dominated the city's transportation network. Capturing it became symbolic necessity, visible proof of German progress. For 3 days, Germania assaulted the station in brutal close-quarters combat. Soviet defenders occupied the building's multiple levels, firing from windows and platforms. German infantry stormed in through entrances, fought room by room, suffered casualties to snipers, and ambushes in corridors. By November 21st, Germania finally held the station, or rather, held the rubble that remained after artillery and explosives had reduced the structure to ruins. The victory was tactical but Pyrrhic. Germania had suffered over 200 casualties, capturing one building of dubious strategic value. The weather deteriorated as the battle continued. Temperatures dropped further, reaching -20 degrees Celsius by November 23rd. The rain transformed into snow and ice storms. German soldiers, equipped with uniforms designed for Western European weather, suffered immediately. Frostbite became a greater casualty source than Soviet bullets. Weapons malfunctioned, bolt-action rifles froze, requiring soldiers to urinate on them to warm metal enough for operation. Vehicle engines seized without constant heating. Ammunition supplies dwindled as icy roads made resupply nearly impossible. The cold affected Soviet defenders too, but they had winter clothing, felt boots, and logistical preparation. German advantages in training and equipment eroded rapidly under conditions neither anticipated nor prepared for. Soviet counteroffensive preparations proceeded unnoticed by German intelligence. Stalin had been massing forces north and south of Rostov throughout November. Fresh Siberian divisions, new 34 tanks in quantities that shocked German commanders, and Guards units that represented the Red Army's best troops. These forces didn't appear in German estimates because intelligence had consistently underestimated Soviet manpower reserves. Wehrmacht planners operated on the assumption that the Red Army had been destroyed in summer encirclements and couldn't regenerate significant combat power. That assumption was catastrophically wrong. On November 27th, as German units fought exhausted through Rostov's streets, Soviet forces struck from multiple directions in coordinated offensive that achieved complete surprise. The counterattack began north of Rostov, where 37th Soviet Army smashed through Romanian and German defensive positions. The Romanians, Germany's allies, collapsed under assault units, dissolved, troops fled, entire sectors of front disintegrated. This created a breach 20 kilometers wide through which Soviet mobile units poured, driving south toward Rostov to encircle 1st Panzer Army. Simultaneously, 9th Soviet Army attacked from the south, threatening to complete the encirclement. German units inside Rostov suddenly faced nightmarish scenario. Soviet forces attacking from rear while they fought in the city. Supply lines cut, retreat, routes threatened. The battle transformed from offensive operation into desperate survival. Gerd von Rundstedt, commanding Army Group South, recognized the disaster developing and ordered immediate withdrawal from Rostov on November 28th. Hitler, monitoring operations from distant East Prussia, countermanded the order. German troops must hold Rostov regardless of cost, he commanded. The city represented too important a symbol to abandon. Rundstedt, a professional soldier of the old Prussian school, understood that symbols meant nothing compared to saving 200,000 soldiers from encirclement. He ignored Hitler's order and authorized withdrawal. The retreat began November 29th, under chaotic conditions, units breaking contact with enemy while under attack, withdrawing through ice-covered streets, establishing rear guards to delay Soviet pursuit. Division Viking fought its way out of Rostov as part of the general retreat. The withdrawal bore no resemblance to the orderly tactical maneuvers soldiers had trained for. Units became separated in the confusion. Communications broke down as radio batteries died in the cold. Soviet forces pressed closely, attacking rear guards and attempting to block retreat routes. The temperature dropped to minus 30 degrees Celsius. Cold so severe that simply being outside without shelter meant death within hours. Vehicles abandoned for lack of fuel or mechanical breakdown lined the roads. Equipment too heavy to carry was destroyed to prevent capture. Wounded who couldn't walk were loaded onto overcrowded trucks or simply left behind with weapons to defend themselves. A battlefield triage so brutal that soldiers making those decisions would remember the faces forever. The withdrawal crossed the Mius River, where German forces established hasty defensive positions in early December. They had retreated over 100 kilometers from Rostov, surrendering all gains made in November plus additional territory. The retreat was the first major withdrawal German forces had conducted on the Eastern Front, first time Wehrmacht soldiers had fled from an advancing enemy. The psychological impact rivaled the physical exhaustion. These were troops who had advanced over 1,000 kilometers into Soviet territory, who had destroyed entire Soviet armies, who had believed in German invincibility. Now they dug frozen earth to create foxholes, built crude shelters against killing cold, and tried to understand what had happened. Casualties from the Rostov campaign were severe. Division Viking lost 327 killed, 1,200 wounded, and 89 missing during 3 weeks of operations. Many wounded suffered amputations from frostbite toes, fingers, entire feet turned black from cold exposure, requiring amputation to prevent gangrene. The missing were presumed captured or dead, left behind during the chaotic retreat. Soviet treatment of SS prisoners was notoriously harsh, and most captured Viking soldiers either died in captivity or were never heard from again. Beyond combat casualties, nearly every soldier suffered some degree of cold injury, frostbite, hypothermia, or weather-related illness that required medical treatment. The equipment losses were catastrophic. Division Viking abandoned or destroyed approximately 40% of its heavy equipment during the retreat: vehicles, artillery pieces, anti-tank guns that couldn't be moved through ice and snow. Lighter equipment like mortars and machine guns could be carried, but ammunition shortages meant even these weapons had limited utility. The division's combat effectiveness, measured by available firepower and mobility, had declined dramatically. Rebuilding would require months of rest, re-equipment, and reinforcement resources that Army Group South couldn't spare as Soviet offensives continued throughout December. The strategic implications extended beyond Division Viking's losses. 1st Panzer. Army's retreat exposed how vulnerable German forces were to Soviet winter offensives. The Red Army wasn't collapsing as predicted, it was regenerating faster than Germans could destroy it. Soviet industry, evacuated east beyond Ural Mountains, was producing tanks, aircraft, and weapons in quantities German intelligence hadn't believed possible. The weather favoured defenders and devastated attackers, reversing the tactical advantages Germans had enjoyed during summer and autumn. Most ominously, this was only the beginning of winter. Temperatures would drop further, snow would deepen, and Soviet offensives were expanding across the entire Eastern Front. Hitler's reaction to Rostov was characteristically irrational. He blamed the withdrawal on weak leadership and ordered Rundstedt relieved of command. Walter von Reichenau, Rundstedt's replacement, arrived with orders to hold all territory regardless of tactical sense or casualties. The message was clear. Hitler would tolerate no retreats, no acknowledgement of failure, no realistic assessment of German limitations. This command philosophy would kill hundreds of thousands of German soldiers over the following years, as encirclements were held until destruction rather than evacuated while escape remained possible. Rostov was the first test of this madness, and it established patterns that would repeat with increasingly catastrophic consequences. For the volunteers of Division Viking, Rostov represented a different kind of defeat, not just military but psychological. They had believed, if not in Nazi ideology, at least in German military superiority. 5 months of continuous victories had created confidence bordering on arrogance. Soviet forces were supposed to be inferior, poorly trained, badly led, equipped with obsolete weapons. Rostov shattered those assumptions. The Siberian divisions that counterattacked were superbly trained, well-equipped, and fought with tactical competence matching anything Germans could demonstrate. The 34 tanks that spearheaded breakthroughs proved superior to German panzers in armour, mobility, and reliability. The Guards' infantry that assaulted German positions displayed courage and skill that Germans had claimed monopoly on. The cold was enemy more terrifying than Soviet soldiers. Combat at least offered agency. You could shoot back, take cover, employ training to improve survival chances. The weather was implacable, indifferent to courage or tactical excellence. It simply killed, methodically and relentlessly. Soldiers learned to sleep in pairs, huddling for warmth, checking each other periodically to ensure both remained alive. They learned to move constantly, because standing still meant freezing. They learned to avoid metal that would burn exposed skin on contact. They learned that wet clothing meant death, that boots became coffins for feet if not removed and dried regularly, that showing bare skin for even minutes invited frostbite. These were lessons learned through comrades dying, through personal injuries that maimed, through watching strong men reduced to hypothermic shambles. The defensive positions on the Mius River represented bitter irony. Viking had crossed this same river 5 months earlier as conquering army, advancing eastward with seemingly unstoppable momentum. Now they dug foxholes on the west bank, defending against Soviet forces pursuing them. The geography hadn't changed, the circumstances had reversed completely. Veterans who had survived both advances and retreat understood the implications. This war wasn't going as planned. The easy victories were finished. What came next would test survival, not triumph. The volunteers who had enlisted for a crusade, an adventure, or escape from occupation now faced a future of desperate defensive warfare against an enemy who had learned to match them and whether that was trying to kill them. Rostov wasn't just a military defeat. It was the end of illusions, the point where the war's true nature, a grinding struggle of attrition that Germany was losing, became undeniable. December 23rd, 1941. Forward defensive position, Mius River line. 6 men of a Nordland Regiment squad occupy a bunker dug into frozen earth, its roof barely visible above ground level. Inside, the space is perhaps 3 meters square, barely tall enough to stand. A small metal stove in the corner burns scavenged wood, more smoke than heat. The temperature inside is perhaps 5 degrees above freezing warm compared to outside, where it's minus 32 Celsius. The men huddle in every available blanket, wearing every piece of clothing they possess. One soldier, a Norwegian named Bjorn Solstad, has wrapped his feet in newspaper, stuffed inside his boots, a desperate improvisation against frostbite. Another picks at frozen rations with a knife, trying to scrape edible portions. Outside, wind screams across the steppe with nothing to block it, driving snow into drifts that bury anything stationary. This is home now. This hole in the ground represents survival. Leaving it for more than minutes means possible death. The war has become simpler than any soldier imagined. Staying alive through winter supersedes all other objectives. The winter of 1941 to 1942 was the most brutal environmental experience most German soldiers would ever endure. For Division Viking, established along defensive positions on the Mius River following the Rostov retreat, winter became an enemy more deadly than Soviet forces. Casualties from cold-related injuries exceeded combat losses throughout December and January. Frostbite caused more evacuations than bullets. Exposure killed more soldiers than artillery. The volunteers who had enlisted to fight Bolshevism found themselves fighting nature itself, and nature was winning. The inadequacy of German winter equipment revealed criminally poor planning. Uniforms had been designed for Western European climates, France, the Low Countries, where winter meant temperatures around freezing, not the murderous cold of Russian winter. Soldiers wore wool greatcoats that provided insufficient insulation at minus 30 degrees. Boots were leather with thin soles, offering no protection against frozen ground that sucked heat from feet within minutes. Gloves were inadequate for sustained cold exposure. No winter camouflage existed, meaning German soldiers in field grey stood out obviously against snow-covered landscapes. The Wehrmacht had simply assumed the Soviet Union would be conquered before winter arrived, making cold weather equipment unnecessary. That assumption now killed thousands. Improvisation became survival. Soldiers stuffed newspapers or straw into uniforms for added insulation. They wrapped feet in rags before putting on boots. They fashioned crude camouflage from bed sheets stolen from abandoned villages. Most valuable were items captured from Soviet dead felt boots called Valenki that kept feet warm in the worst cold, padded jackets that provided real insulation, fur hats with ear flaps. Soviet winter gear, designed for Siberian conditions, was vastly superior to German issue. A macabre trade developed where German soldiers stripped Soviet dead of clothing, while Soviet soldiers collected German weapons and watches. Both sides scavenged from corpses because equipment from dead men might keep living men alive. Supply shortages created cascading crises. German logistics, strained by vast distances and poor infrastructure, collapsed under winter conditions. Railroads froze or were sabotaged by partisans. Trucks broke down or couldn't traverse snow-blocked roads. Air supply was attempted, but Luftwaffe transport aircraft lacked capacity to provision entire armies. Division Viking, like all German units on the Eastern Front, was allocated 100 tons of supplies, daily, ammunition, food, fuel, medical supplies. Actual deliveries averaged 20 tons through December and January. This meant soldiers on quarter rations, ammunition severely rationed, medical supplies non-existent except for worse casualties, and heating fuel so scarce that freezing was a constant threat. The defensive positions themselves were hellish. German soldiers, arriving at the Mius line in early December, found no prepared fortifications waiting. They had to dig in, create bunkers, trenches, fighting positions in ground frozen solid as concrete. Digging required explosives or fires to thaw earth before entrenching tools could break surface. Each bunker represented days of exhausting labor. The results were crude, partially underground structures with timber roofs covered by earth, offering minimal protection from cold and only modest cover from artillery. These holes in the ground became homes where squads lived for weeks without relief, venturing outside only for guard duty or resupply. Daily routine consisted of survival activities rather than military operations. Morning meant checking all squad members were alive. Hypothermia could kill silently during sleep. Next came attempting to warm frozen rations enough to eat. Standard German field rations were hard bread, canned meat, and preserved vegetables designed to be heated. Without fuel to heat them, soldiers gnawed frozen bread that could chip teeth and ate preserved meat that was barely chewable. Water was a constant problem. Snow had to be melted, requiring fuel that wasn't available. Dehydration became a chronic issue, worsening cold exposure effects. Sanitation was nearly impossible, leading to lice infestations and diseases that spread rapidly in crowded bunkers. Soviet forces conducted regular probing attacks throughout winter, testing German defences and preventing any rest. These weren't major offensives, but constant harassment, night raids, artillery bombardments, infiltration attempts by ski troops who moved silently across snow. German defenders had to maintain watch rotations despite exhaustion and cold. Guard duty meant standing outside and killing temperatures for 2-hour shifts, then trying to warm up enough in bunkers to avoid frostbite. The cold made everything harder. Weapons froze and required constant maintenance. Observation through binoculars was difficult with watering eyes. Hands became clumsy even with gloves. Reaction times slowed. Defenders at -30 degrees were significantly less effective than same soldiers in summer conditions. Medical care was primitive to non-existent. Division aid stations lacked heated facilities, anesthetics, antibiotics, or adequate surgical equipment. Doctors performed amputations with minimal supplies, frostbitten toes and fingers removed with whatever tools were available, wounds stitched without proper sutures, infections treated with hope rather than medicine. Serious casualties faced grim choice. Evacuation meant days-long journey through cold that might kill them before reaching hospital or remaining at front aid stations where they would probably die from wounds. Many wounded chose to remain with their units rather than risk evacuation, dying among comrades rather than alone in transit. The psychological toll rivaled physical hardships. Winter defensive warfare meant days of boredom punctuated by moments of terror, long periods in bunkers with nothing to do except stay warm and alive, interrupted by Soviet attacks or artillery barrages that killed randomly. There was no front line in traditional sense, just defensive positions scattered across vast emptiness, with no mutual support possible. Squads felt isolated, abandoned, forgotten. Mail from home stopped arriving as logistics collapsed. Radio communications functioned sporadically. The sense that the wider world had forgotten them, that they would freeze to death in Ukrainian nowhere and no one would know or care, eroded morale as effectively as cold eroded bodies. Yet unit cohesion proved remarkably resilient. The small group bonds forged during summer combat strengthened under winter hardship. Squadmates shared body heat, distributed scarce food equally, took turns on guard duty despite exhaustion, and maintained each other's will to survive. The Danish soldier helped the Dutch corporal keep watch. The Norwegian sergeant shared cigarettes with Estonian volunteers, the tiny everyday kindnesses that prevented total demoralization. This cohesion wasn't ideological. Few soldiers still believed Nazi propaganda, but deeply human. They survived because they refused to abandon comrades, because collective survival required mutual support, because the alternative to helping each other was dying alone. By February, winter casualties had devastated Division Viking. Estimated 40% of divisional strength had suffered frostbite or cold-related illness serious enough to require medical evacuation. This didn't count minor frostbite, lost toes, permanently damaged, fingers that soldiers endured while remaining with their units. Combat casualties during the same period were relatively light, perhaps 300 killed or wounded in defensive actions. But winter had inflicted casualty rates comparable to major offensive battles, without any compensating territorial gains or strategic achievements. The division was being destroyed by weather, slowly and methodically, while accomplishing nothing militarily significant. The contrast between winter 1941 and the previous summer couldn't have been starker. Summer meant advancement, victory, confidence that the war was being won. Winter meant stasis, survival, and growing dread that the war was unwinnable. The same soldiers who had advanced over 1,000 kilometers now fought to hold a few hundred meters of frozen steppe. The tactical innovations that had made Viking effective in mobile warfare meant nothing in static defensive positions. Physical fitness programs became irrelevant, when simply staying warm required all available energy. The firepower-heavy squads Steiner had designed consumed ammunition faster than logistics could deliver it. The spring thaw, when it finally arrived in March, brought relief and new problems. Temperatures climbed above freezing, the ice and snow melted, and the Ukrainian steppe transformed into impassable mud. This Rasputitsa, the mud season, turned roads into rivers of liquid earth. Vehicles sank to their axles, and movement became nearly impossible. But at least it wasn't cold. Soldiers emerged from bunkers like prisoners released from cells, grateful simply to feel sun on faces without freezing. Frostbite casualties declined sharply. Supply convoys managed to reach forward units. Mail arrived, letters from home that were months old but represented connection to life beyond the front. Hot food became available again. Simple comforts like washing or changing clothes, impossible during deep winter, returned. The survivors of winter looked like spectres emaciated from inadequate rations, scarred by frostbite, aged beyond their years by months of unremitting hardship. A photograph from March 1942 shows a Nordland regiment squad outside their bunker, and the men appear decades older than they actually were. Hollow eyes stare from gaunt faces. Uniforms hang on skeletal frames. These were primarily men in their 20s, but they looked 50. Winter had marked them permanently, physically and psychologically. Many would carry cold-related injuries for life-lost digits, damaged circulation, chronic pain in extremities. All carried memories of comrades who hadn't survived, men who froze to death on guard duty or in sleep, whose bodies remained in shallow graves until spring thaw permitted proper burial. The question every survivor asked was whether they could endure another winter like that. The answer was probably not. Another winter of similar severity would destroy what remained of the division. But spring brought renewed operations, and with operations came hope that the war might end before next winter arrived. Maybe summer offensive would defeat the Soviets. Maybe the war would be won before cold returned. These hopes were fantasies, but necessary fantasies. Without hope of the war ending, the alternative was accepting that next winter would kill whoever this winter hadn't. That truth was unbearable, so soldiers embraced comforting lies and prepared for spring campaigns. The winter war had been survived. The price was horrific. But survival counted as victory when the alternative was frozen death in Ukrainian mud. The volunteers of Viking, those who remained, had passed through an ordeal that would haunt them forever. They had learned that courage meant enduring what couldn't be defeated, that victory sometimes meant simply not dying, that war's deepest terrors came not from enemy soldiers but from indifferent nature. Those lessons would serve them in the years ahead as the war ground on and conditions worsened. But they would never forget that first Russian winter, the winter that almost destroyed them, the winter they survived through mutual support and stubborn refusal to surrender to cold. That winter forged whatever remained of Division Vikings' identity, not ideology, not nationalism, but simple shared survival against impossible odds. April 8th, 1942. Forward observation, post, Mius River, defensive line, 4 a.m. The ground shakes. Artillery fire, Soviet artillery thunders across no man's land, shells impacting German positions in rolling barrages that walk from forward trenches toward rear areas. In a concrete reinforced observation bunker, a Germania regiment lieutenant watches through periscope as the barrage lifts and Soviet infantry emerge from tree lines 800 meters away. He counts quickly 3 waves, perhaps 2 battalions, supported by at least 1534 tanks advancing through morning mist. This is no probing attack. This is a deliberate assault designed to break through the Mius line. The lieutenant grabs his radio handset and reports to battalion command. Major Soviet offensive, developing. Request immediate artillery support and reserves. The voice that responds is calm, almost bored, support approved, reserves moving forward, hold your position. This casual efficiency represents hard-won experience. The frozen, desperate soldiers of winter have become professional defensive specialists, and they're about to demonstrate what hard-learned lessons can accomplish. Spring 1942 brought renewed Soviet offensives across the southern sector. Stalin, encouraged by winter successes that had driven Germans back from Moscow and Rostov, ordered ambitious operations to liberate Ukraine and potentially destroy Army Group South entirely. The Southwestern Front and Southern Front, Soviet army groups totaling over 500,000 troops, received orders to break through German defences along the Mius and Donets rivers, then exploit toward Dnipropetrovsk and the Dnieper crossings. Success would trap German forces in Ukraine and potentially end the war in the south. Soviet planners believed German forces were exhausted from winter, demoralised by retreats, and vulnerable to determined offensives. They were partially correct about exhaustion, but fatally wrong about vulnerability. Division Viking held a 20-kilometre sector of the Mius line, a seemingly impossible frontage for a single division. Standard military doctrine suggested one division could defend perhaps 10 kilometres of front under ideal conditions. But these weren't ideal conditions, and German forces had no choice except to stretch thin or abandon territory. Viking compensated for insufficient manpower through defensive preparation. The winter months, miserable as they were, had allowed construction of substantial fortifications, concrete bunkers protected by minefields, anchored strongpoints, communication trenches, connected positions, allowing movement without exposure. Artillery observation posts were carefully sited with overlapping fields of fire. Anti-tank ditches and obstacles channeled enemy armour into kill zones. Mobile reserves, what armour and assault guns the division still possessed, were positioned for rapid counterattacks. The Soviet offensive that began April 8th targeted weak points in the German line, or what Soviet intelligence believed were weak points. The assault focused on a sector held by Nordland Regiment, reasoning that foreign volunteers would be less reliable than ethnic German units. This was reasonable assumption based on propaganda but poor intelligence. By spring 1942, the distinction between foreign volunteers and German regulars was largely irrelevant regarding combat effectiveness. All had survived winter, all had endured months of combat, all were professionals by necessity, if not training. Nationality mattered less than experience, and Nordland veterans were as competent as any troops on the Eastern Front. The initial Soviet assault achieved surface penetration. Forward positions, lightly held according to elastic defense doctrine, withdrew under bombardment and infantry pressure. Soviet commanders reported breakthroughs, advancement of 2 kilometers, German lines broken. These reports were premature. The forward positions were designed to absorb attacks while identifying assault axes. The real defences lay deeper in bunkers and strongpoints that Soviet forces hadn't yet encountered. As Soviet infantry and armour pushed forward, they entered kill zones where German machine guns, anti-tank weapons, and pre-registered artillery had clear fields of fire. The killing began methodically. German artillery, informed by forward observers who remained in camouflage positions despite Soviet advance, brought down precise fire on Soviet assembly areas and advance in columns. The improved pack 40-75mm anti-tank guns, recently issued to Viking to replace inadequate older weapons, engaged Soviet armor at range. These guns could penetrate 34 armor at reasonable combat distances, unlike the earlier 37mm weapons that bounced shots off. Tank hunter teams, infantry squads equipped with magnetic mines, satchel charges, and Panzerfaust early model anti-tank rockets stalked Soviet armor that penetrated defensive lines, attacking from concealment at close range. By mid-afternoon, April 8th, the Soviet offensive had stalled. Forward units were isolated and being systematically destroyed. Follow-on waves, advancing into artillery fire, suffered heavy casualties before reaching German positions. Soviet tank units, separated from supporting infantry by defensive obstacles and anti-tank fire, found themselves surrounded by German infantry employing close assault tactics. The distinctive boom of tank ammunition cooking off as penetrated vehicles burned marked where Soviet armor had died. By evening, the Soviet attack had collapsed, with catastrophic losses, estimated 5,000 casualties, 37 tanks destroyed for negligible territorial gains. Felix Steiner observed the battle from divisional headquarters, monitoring radio reports and map updates. When it became clear the Soviet attack had culminated, spent its combat power without achieving breakthrough, he ordered immediate counterattack. This was doctrine he had developed. Don't merely defend successfully, but transition immediately to offense while enemy is disorganized. Westland Regiment, held in reserve, attacked towards Soviet positions before Soviet commanders could reorganize their forces. The assault was limited, objective recapture, lost ground, destroy isolated Soviet units, restore original defensive lines but executed with characteristic violence and speed. The counterattack caught Soviet forces in disarray. Units that had advanced were now attempting to withdraw. Follow-on formations moved forward to exploit expected breakthrough, instead found themselves engaged frontally by German assault. Westland advanced 3 kilometers in 6 hours, overrunning Soviet artillery positions, capturing equipment and prisoners, and restoring the defensive line to its original position. By April 9th, the situation had stabilized. Soviet forces held positions they'd started from. German forces held positions they'd defended. But casualty exchange ratios heavily favored defenders. Soviet losses were perhaps 8-1 compared to German casualties. The battle pattern repeated throughout April and early May. Soviet offensives would assault a sector, achieve initial penetration, then bog down in defensive depth and be destroyed by counterattacks. The Red Army was learning combined arms operations but still made fundamental mistakes: insufficient reconnaissance, poor coordination between infantry and armour, artillery preparations that telegraphed attack locations, and failure to commit reserves at decisive moments. German defenders, benefiting from interior lines and defensive preparation, defeated these attacks with relative efficiency. The defensive success on the Mius line demonstrated several realities about Eastern Front warfare in 1942. First, German tactical competence remained superior despite strategic setbacks. Individual German units, properly positioned and supplied, could defeat much larger Soviet forces through better training, coordination, and leadership. Second, Soviet numerical advantages didn't automatically translate to battlefield victories. The Red Army had millions of soldiers but still struggled with execution. Turning numerical superiority into tactical success required competence. The Red Army was only beginning to develop. Third, defensive warfare favoured Germans in ways mobile warfare increasingly did not. German advantages in small unit tactics, communications, and leadership maximised defensive effectiveness, while Soviet advantages in production and manpower meant less when attacking prepared positions. By late April, Division Viking had received significant reinforcements: 2,500 replacement personnel, new equipment including more PaK-40 anti-tank guns, Stug 3 assault guns to replace losses from Rostov and Winter, and finally adequate winter clothing for the next season. The replacements included veterans from other units, fresh volunteers from occupied territories, and increasingly, conscripts ethnic Germans from Ukraine and Romania who were drafted rather than volunteering. This changed the division's character subtly. Original volunteers from Scandinavia and Western Europe now formed minority of strength. The majority were ethnic Germans whose motivations ranged from genuine Nazi conviction to simple desire to avoid worse alternatives like forced labor. The new volunteers brought different attitudes. Estonian and Latvian soldiers joined because Soviet occupation from 1939 to 1941 had been brutal deportations, executions, suppression of culture, and they viewed Germans as liberators despite occupation's realities. Ukrainian volunteers, primarily from Western regions, opposed Soviet rule for similar reasons. Flemish and Walloon Belgians continued arriving from recruiting efforts in Belgium. These recruits cared little for Nazi ideology, but had various practical reasons for service economic opportunity, escape from occupied territories, or genuine anti-communist conviction. The division was becoming truly multinational, not from Himmler's racial ideology, but from practical necessity. Germany needed manpower, occupied territories provided it, and ideological purity became secondary to filling ranks. The tactical success on the Mius line created problems of its own. Higher command began viewing Viking as reliable crisis response force, available for the most difficult operations. This was professionally flattering. Commanders want their units recognized as elite, but operationally exhausting. Elite status meant hardest missions, shortest rest periods, and expectation that Viking could accomplish objectives other divisions couldn't. The defensive victories of April set precedent where Viking would be committed wherever situations were most desperate, a pattern that would continue throughout the war. The May offensive toward Kharkov represented transition from defensive success to renewed offensive operations. Army Group South, having stabilized the front through spring defensive battles, prepared counter-offensive to recapture territory lost during winter and establish positions for summer campaign. Viking would spearhead northern prong of the attack, exploiting defensive success to demonstrate offensive capability remained intact. For the volunteers, veterans now, not recruits anymore, this meant returning to mobile warfare, the type of operations where German tactical advantages maximized. The defensive battles had been survival, the coming offensive promised revenge. A Nordland Regiment sergeant, writing in his diary on May 10th, as the division prepared for offensive operations, captured the mood. We have held through winter that tried to kill us. Defeated spring offensives meant to destroy us, and now advance again. I am proud of what we have accomplished, and terrified of what comes next. This war will not end soon. Summer will bring new battles, next winter will bring cold again, and we march forward not knowing if we will see home again. But we march with comrades who have proven themselves, and that makes the fear bearable. His words reflected widespread sentiment, pride in survival and competence, mixed with dread about an endless war. The defensive victories on the Mius line had demonstrated tactical excellence, but tactics couldn't change strategic reality. Germany was fighting a war of attrition against an enemy with deeper reserves, greater industrial production, and willingness to accept staggering casualties. Tactical victories would continue. Strategic defeat loomed larger each month. The soldiers of Viking, focused on immediate survival and next battle, couldn't see the larger pattern yet. But it was forming, inexorable as winter cold, predictable as Soviet offensives. The war they were winning tactically was the war Germany was losing strategically. And no amount of courage or tactical excellence could change that mathematics. June 28, 1942. Assembly area northeast of Kharkov. The steppe stretches endlessly under brutal summer sun, heat shimmering off the horizon in waves. Division Vikings, vehicles and troops crowd into designated staging areas, tanks, half-tracks, trucks, horse-drawn wagons, and thousands of soldiers preparing for the largest German offensive since Barbarossa began 13 months earlier. The temperature reaches 35 degrees Celsius by noon. Men seek any available shade, strip to the waist despite regulations, and consume water in quantities that challenge supply. This is Operation Blue, Hitler's summer offensive designed to capture the Caucasus oil fields and deliver knockout blow to Soviet war economy. Unlike last year's multi-directional offensive, Blue focuses entirely south. Army Group South will drive through southern Ukraine, cross the Don River, penetrate into the Caucasus Mountains, and seize Baku's oil fields 500 kilometers distant. It is an ambitious plan, requiring everything to go perfectly. A Dutch volunteer named Pieter van Dijk, leaning against his half-track's shade, thinks about those 500 kilometers. Last year, they advanced 1,000 kilometers before winter stopped them. This year, they need to go almost as far, this time into mountains, this time with the Red Army having learned from its defeats. He lights a cigarette, enjoys the momentary satisfaction, and tries not to think too hard about probability of survival. Operation Blue was Hitler's answer to strategic stalemate on the Eastern Front. The Germans had failed to capture Moscow in 1941. They had survived winter but lost initiative. Soviet forces had grown stronger, not weaker, as the war continued. Germany needed decisive victory before a multi-front war anticipated American entry into Europe. Continued resistance on all fronts made winning impossible. Hitler and his planners identified Soviet oil as critical vulnerability. The Caucasus region, particularly Baku on the Caspian Sea, provided 70 to 80% of Soviet oil production. Capture those fields, and Soviet mechanized forces, tanks, aircraft, trucks would grind to a halt for lack of fuel. It was logical strategy with one fatal flaw. The distances involved and forces required exceeded German capabilities. Army Group South was divided for the operation. Army Group A would drive into the Caucasus toward Baku. Army Group B would protect the northern flank, advancing towards Stalingrad to block Soviet counteroffensives from that direction. Division Viking was assigned to 1st Panzer Army, part of Army Group A, the main effort. The offensive began June 28th with massive artillery preparation and airstrikes. Soviet defences, thinned by redeployments and recent offensives, collapsed rapidly. German spearheads advanced 40 kilometers the first day, 60 the second. The summer offensive had begun, and initial results seemed to validate optimistic planning. The advance south differed fundamentally from the previous year's campaign. In 1941, 3 army groups had attacked simultaneously across 2,000-kilometer front, overwhelming Soviet forces through sheer operational scale. In 1942, the offensive was single-axis pushing south, narrower focus, but also more predictable. Soviet command, despite continued organizational problems, understood German objectives better than in 1941. Red Army units conducted fighting withdrawals, delaying German advances while avoiding encirclement, trading space for time. They had learned from previous disasters that static defense enabled German breakthroughs and encirclements. Mobile defense, while surrendering territory, preserved forces for future operations. By mid-July, Viking had advanced 400 kilometers south from Kharkov. The division crossed multiple river barriers, the Don, the Menich, the Kuma, each requiring assault crossings under fire. Soviet resistance at river lines delayed but didn't stop the advance. The pattern became familiar. German forces would reach a river, conduct reconnaissance, mass artillery and air support, then storm across in assault boats while engineers constructed bridges for heavy equipment. Soviet defenders would resist, inflict casualties, then withdraw to next river line. It was methodical warfare, grinding forward through incremental advances rather than dramatic breakthroughs. The environment shifted dramatically as the advance continued south. The Ukrainian steppe gave way to semi-arid terrain, then to foothills where the Caucasus Mountains rose in the distance. Temperatures remained extreme above 35 Celsius during day, dropping to 15 at night. Water sources became scarce. Supply lines stretched longer. Each week by August, Viking supply convoys travelled over 700 kilometres from railroad terminals to forward units. Fuel consumption exceeded delivery capacity, forcing periodic operational pauses to rebuild supplies. The logistics mathematics were unsustainable but ignored because acknowledging unsustainability meant admitting the offensive couldn't reach its objectives. The ethnic diversity of the Caucasus region created complex political situations. Cossack communities, persecuted under Soviet collectivization, initially welcomed German forces as liberators. Some Cossack units defected to the German side, providing cavalry and reconnaissance forces. Chechen and Ingush populations, also victims of Soviet repression, viewed German arrival with mixed feelings, hope for freedom from Stalin balanced against suspicion of Nazi intentions. German occupation policies varied wildly depending on local commanders. Some attempted to cultivate local support through relatively mild occupation. Others implemented standard Nazi brutality, exploitation, forced labour, executions. These inconsistent policies squandered potential support, gradually turning local populations against Germans as it became clear that Nazi occupation was simply replacing Soviet oppression with different oppression. By late August, Division Viking reached Mozdok, a town on the Terek River just 100 kilometers from Grozny's oil refineries. From elevated positions, soldiers could see smoke from industrial facilities in the distance. This was the closest German forces would ever get to the Caucasus oil fields, close enough to see the objective, but impossibly far from actually capturing it. The Terek River line represented a formidable barrier. Soviet forces had established strong defensive positions, reinforced by divisions transferred from other fronts. The Red Army understood that losing the Caucasus meant losing the war and committed whatever forces necessary to hold. The operational pause at Mozdok revealed the offensive's fundamental problems. First, Panzer Army had advanced 750 kilometers in 2 months, an impressive achievement by any standard. But the advance had consumed combat power faster than it could be regenerated. Tank strength was down 60% from June levels, mechanical breakdowns, combat losses, and lack of replacement parts. Infantry battalions were at 50 to 60% strength casualties. Illness and exhaustion had thinned ranks. Fuel supplies were critically short panzer divisions, consumed fuel faster than logistics could deliver it over lengthening supply lines. Ammunition stockpiles were adequate for defense but insufficient for sustained offensive operations. And Soviet resistance was strengthening rather than collapsing. Felix Steiner, surveying the situation from divisional headquarters in late August, understood they had reached operational culmination, the point where attacking forces lose momentum and can't continue advancing. In professional discussions with staff officers, he expressed doubt about continuing the offensive. The Caucasus Mountains loomed ahead, offering terrain that would neutralize German advantages in mobility and mechanization. Soviet forces were digging in with determination. Supply lines were absurdly overextended. Winter would arrive in 3 months, and being caught deep in the Caucasus during winter would be catastrophic. Steiner's concerns were noted, filed, and ignored. Hitler had committed to capturing Caucasus oil, and strategic reality wouldn't change that decision. A Norway Regiment Lieutenant Hans Lindemann recorded his impressions of Mozdok in letters home. "We have come so far, seen so much destruction, and suffered so much ourselves, that stopping now seems impossible, even as continuing seems futile. The mountains rise before us like walls. Intelligence reports strong Soviet defenses. Our supply trucks arrive half empty after 700-kilometer journeys. Yet orders insist we will capture Grozny, then Baku, then the war will be won." I wonder if anyone at high command has actually looked at a map and done basic arithmetic about fuel consumption, distance, and time. We are excellent soldiers fighting for impossible objectives. The irony of the Caucasus campaign was that it simultaneously represented German tactical competence at its peak and strategic planning at its most delusional. Tactically, the advance was masterful, 750 kilometers in 2 months against increasing resistance, multiple river crossings under fire, maintenance of unit cohesion over vast distances, all accomplished with relatively moderate casualties. Strategically, it was madness. Pursuing objectives beyond logistical possibility, dividing forces between Caucasus and Stalingrad, offensives that were too far apart for mutual support, ignoring accumulating evidence that Soviet forces were regenerating faster than Germans could destroy them. By September, as the offensive attempted to penetrate deeper into the Caucasus, the first disturbing news arrived from the northern flank. Stalingrad, which was supposed to be captured quickly to protect the main Caucasus offensive, had become a meat grinder consuming entire divisions. 6th Army was locked in urban combat, suffering horrific casualties for minimal gains. Soviet forces were not only defending Stalingrad with fanatical determination, but were massing for counteroffensives north and south of the city. If those offensives succeeded, they would cut off German forces in the Caucasus, potentially trapping 1st Panzer Army and destroying Army Group A entirely. For the soldiers of Viking at Mozdok, these strategic concerns seemed remote. Their immediate reality was daily survival, periodic Soviet attacks, and oppressive heat. They had advanced further south than any German unit would reach during the entire war. They stood at the high water mark of Nazi expansion, the absolute furthest point of German conquest. But standing at the furthest point meant nothing if they couldn't hold it, exploit it, or retreat from it safely. The Caucasus campaign had brought them to the edge of geographic possibility. What came next would reveal whether they had advanced into triumph or into a trap from which there was no escape. The Dutch volunteer who had worried about 500 kilometres of advance in June now realised the real problem wasn't the advance, it was the inevitable retreat across those same 750 kilometres with an enemy pursuing and winter approaching. The summer of 1942 was ending, the strategic situation was deteriorating, and Division Viking, victorious and exhausted, stood at the Terek River wondering if they had advanced to glory or to their own destruction. September 2nd, 1942, Baksan Gorge, northern Caucasus Mountains. The air is thin at 2,800 metres elevation. Every breath, a conscious effort, lungs working harder than they should. Westland Regiment soldiers struggle up a mountain trail that barely deserves the name, loose scree and exposed rock faces, where one misstep means falling hundreds of metres. They carry full combat loads, rifles, ammunition, grenades, equipment that feel twice as heavy in the altitude. Above them, Soviet positions command the high ground, machine guns sighted to sweep the entire approach. There is no flanking these positions, sheer cliffs block movement to either side. The only option is direct assault up the gorge, advancing under fire against defenders who need only roll grenades downhill to kill attackers below. A Norwegian corporal, Gunnar Olsen, crouches behind a boulder 30 metres from the Soviet positions, breathing hard, trying to summon courage for the next rush forward. He has fought across Ukraine, survived winter on the Mius, advanced 700 kilometres to reach these mountains, and now he's going to die trying to capture a meaningless patch of rock because someone at headquarters decided this pass must be taken. He checks his weapon, looks at his squad mates, most are teenagers, replacement soldiers who joined after winter, and prepares to advance toward almost certain death. The Caucasus Mountains presented Germans with terrain unlike anything encountered previously on the Eastern Front. These were serious mountains, peaks exceeding 5,000 metres, perpetual snow above 4,000 metres, narrow valleys and steep ridges that channeled movement. Mount Elbrus, Europe's highest peak at 5,642 metres, dominated the central range. The mountains formed a natural barrier between the steppe and the oil fields beyond, and the Soviets intended to use that barrier to stop the German advance definitively. For Division Viking, trained and equipped for mobile warfare on plains, the mountains represented environmental and tactical nightmare. German planners had underestimated the Caucasus Mountains catastrophically. Intelligence assessments suggested that mountain passes could be forced through standard infantry operations supported by artillery and air power. This revealed fundamental ignorance about mountain warfare. Mountains neutralized most German advantages. Mechanized forces couldn't operate on steep terrain. Artillery had difficulty hitting targets on reverse slopes. Air support was limited by weather and narrow target areas. Meanwhile, defenders on high ground enjoyed every advantage: observation, fields of fire, ability to rain death downward on attackers below, and knowledge that attackers exhausted themselves simply reaching fighting positions. The German attempt to penetrate the mountains focused on several key passes that offered routes toward Grozny and the interior Caucasus. Baksan Gorge was primary objective, a valley that provided relatively direct route if its heavily fortified positions could be taken. 1st Mountain Division and 4th Mountain Division, specialized Alpine troops with proper equipment and training, led initial assaults. Division Viking supported these operations, contributing infantry for assaults that required numbers more than specialization. This was misuse of Vikings' capabilities. The division's tactical strengths were irrelevant in terrain where 10 defenders could stop 100 attackers. The fighting in Baksan Gorge exemplified mountain warfare's brutality. Attackers advanced up narrow valleys and ridges where Soviet defenders occupied prepared positions. Every attack had to be frontal, no room for maneuver, no flanking possibilities, just direct assault against enemies above you. Casualties were horrific. Soviet defenders rolled grenades and rocks downhill, requiring no accuracy when gravity delivered weapons into attacker formations. Machine gun fire swept entire sections of trail, killing exposed soldiers who had no cover. Artillery was largely ineffective. Soviet positions were dug into reverse slopes where German observers couldn't see them and German shells couldn't reach them. Environmental conditions matched combat intensity. At high altitudes, soldiers struggled with altitude sickness, headaches, nausea, disorientation, reduced physical performance. Temperatures dropped below freezing at night even in September, requiring cold weather gear that hadn't been issued because planners assumed southern operations meant warm weather. Water sources were scarce at elevation, forcing soldiers to melt snow or carry water uphill, adding more weight to already crushing loads. Resupply was nearly impossible. Mules and porters could barely navigate trails, helicopters didn't exist, and airdrop was inaccurate in mountainous terrain. Forward units operated on whatever they could carry, meaning limited ammunition, food, and medical supplies. On September 15th, a Westland company finally captured a Soviet strongpoint in Baksang Gorge after 3 days of continuous assault. The position had been held by perhaps 40 Soviet soldiers who had killed or wounded over 100 Germans before being overrun. When survivors examined the captured position, they found sophisticated fortifications, concrete bunkers built into rock, interlocking fields of fire, ammunition, stockpiles, and supplies for weeks of defense. Taking this position had consumed an entire company's combat power. The pass contained dozens of such positions. At current casualty rates, forcing the pass would destroy the entire division. Without achieving breakthrough, the symbolic peak of German mountain operations came October 1st, when German and Romanian mountaineers from 1st and 4th Mountain Divisions reached the summit of Mount Elbrus and planted Nazi flags. Leni Riefenstahl, Hitler's propaganda filmmaker, documented the achievement in footage intended to demonstrate German mastery of the Caucasus. The reality was that planting flags on mountain peaks meant nothing strategically. Elbrus's summit was militarily irrelevant, no supply routes passed through it, no strategic positions depended on it, and holding it consumed resources without providing benefit. But symbolism mattered to Nazi ideology, and the propaganda value of German flags flying over Europe's highest peak seemed to justify the effort. For soldiers actually fighting in the mountains, the Elbrus stunt was bitter joke. They were dying to capture tactically meaningless positions while mountaineers posed for cameras on irrelevant peaks. A Danish volunteer wrote sarcastically in his diary, "Today we lost 8 men trying to capture a machine gun nest. Meanwhile, some idiots climbed a mountain to plant a flag. I'm sure that will help us win the war." The disconnect between propaganda and reality, always present, became particularly stark in the Caucasus, where German advances measured in hundreds of meters were portrayed as triumphant conquest. By mid-October, the mountain offensive had clearly failed. German forces had penetrated perhaps 30 kilometers into the Caucasus, captured some outer passes, but were nowhere near breaking through to Grozny or threatening the oil fields. Soviet defenses strengthened daily as reinforcements arrived. Each day's advance, measured in meters, cost casualties Germany couldn't replace. Weather was deteriorating. As autumn arrived, snow fell at high elevations, temperatures dropped, and conditions would only worsen through winter. German soldiers who remembered the previous winter in Ukraine were terrified at the prospect of winter in the mountains, where cold would be worse and supply even more impossible. Felix Steiner, in discussions with 1st Panzer Army Command, argued forcefully for withdrawing from the mountains before winter trapped them. His position was pragmatic. Viking had already lost 20% of its strength in mountain operations, without achieving significant gains. Continuing the offensive would destroy the division without capturing objectives. Better to withdraw to defensible positions on the plains, reorganize during winter, and attempt offensive operations in spring if strategic situation permitted. His arguments were militarily sound but strategically irrelevant. Hitler had ordered the offensive to continue until oil fields were captured. Military commanders couldn't simply abandon objectives because they were difficult. The tactical frustration experienced by Viking soldiers was profound. These were men who had excelled in mobile warfare, whose training emphasized speed and initiative, whose tactical doctrine centered on maneuver and exploitation. In the mountains, none of that mattered. Success depended on brute force and willingness to accept casualties, qualities that Soviet forces possessed in greater abundance. A German squad might be more skilled than a Soviet squad, but skill meant little when the Soviet squad occupied positions where gravity itself was a weapon. The mountains had neutralized German tactical advantages, reducing warfare to attritional slugging match that Germany couldn't win. By late October, the offensive sputtered to complete halt. German forces held positions in outer mountain passes but couldn't penetrate further. Soviet defenses were too strong, supply lines too extended, casualties too severe, and weather too deteriorating. The Caucasus offensive, launched in June with expectations of capturing Baku by autumn, had failed utterly. German forces stood 100 kilometers from Grozny, 520 kilometers from Baku, close enough to see objectives but impossibly far from reaching them. The high water mark had been reached not through heroic achievement but through logistical exhaustion and operational impossibility. The mountain fighting produced veterans who had experienced warfare at its most primitive and brutal. Unlike mechanized battles on the plains, mountain combat was intensely personal close range, hand-to-hand at times, where you saw the enemy clearly and killed them face to face. It was physically exhausting in ways plains warfare wasn't. Every movement at altitude was effort, every attack meant climbing, every position gained meant defending against enemies above you. The survivors developed respect for Soviet soldiers who had defended the mountains with skill and determination that matched anything Germans could demonstrate. As November arrived and temperatures plummeted, Division Viking received preliminary warnings about major Soviet operations developing elsewhere, massive counteroffensives near Stalingrad that threatened to encircle German forces there. If Stalingrad fell, the entire southern front would collapse, potentially trapping 1st Panzer Army in the Caucasus. Suddenly, the offensive that had seemed strategically essential became potential death trap. The mountains that had stopped the advance might become prison walls, blocking retreat if Soviet forces cut access routes to the north. The volunteers who had stood at Mozdok in August, proud of advancing so far, now faced terrible possibility that advancing so far had been a fatal mistake. The mountains had defeated them. Now they might trap them. And winter was coming to the Caucasus, promising cold that would make Ukrainian winter seem mild by comparison. The volunteers of Viking had fought their way into the mountains, suffered horrific casualties for meaningless gains, and now faced prospect of dying there not through combat but through strategic disaster, developing 400 kilometers away in Stalingrad that they were powerless to effect but which would determine their fate. November 1st, 1942. Division Viking Headquarters, Field Command Post near Mozdok. The situation map dominates the tent's center table, covered in coloured pins and pencil markings showing unit positions, supply routes, and enemy concentrations. Felix Steiner stands studying it, his expression grim. Intelligence officers surround him, delivering reports that grow progressively worse with each update. 1st Panzer Army's forward positions extend in a narrow salient stretching from Rostov south through Armavir to Mozdok, approximately 500 kilometers of vulnerable supply line. Soviet forces are massing north of this corridor, threatening to cut it. Stalingrad, 400 kilometers northeast, has become a catastrophic meat grinder consuming 6th Army. And now, reconnaissance aircraft report massive Soviet troop concentrations, north and south of Stalingrad, suggesting offensive preparations of unprecedented scale. Steiner traces the supply line with his finger, calculating distances, then looks at his logistics officer. If they cut us off at Rostov, how long can we survive on existing supplies? The answer comes reluctantly. Perhaps 2 weeks, sir. Maybe 3, if we abandon all vehicles and march. Steiner nods slowly, understanding that the magnificent advance that brought them to the Terek River has placed them in a strategic trap. They stand at the furthest point of German expansion, and that furthest point may become their grave. November 1942 marked the simultaneous peak and collapse of German fortunes on the Eastern Front. Territorially, German forces controlled more Soviet land than at any other point in the war, from Leningrad's outskirts in the north, through Moscow's approaches in the center, to the Caucasus foothills in the south. The conquest appeared vast on maps, impressive to casual observers. But professional military analysts saw a different picture. German forces were desperately overextended, supply lines measured in thousands of kilometers, reserves exhausted, and Soviet counteroffensives developing everywhere simultaneously. Division Viking's position at Mozdok represented both achievement and vulnerability. The division had advanced further into the Soviet Union than most German units, captured significant territory, and maintained combat effectiveness despite enormous challenges. But these achievements were meaningless if strategic situation collapsed. Mozdok was connected to Germany by a single road and rail line through Rostov. If that corridor was cut, 1st Panzer Army, 300,000 soldiers, including Viking, would be isolated deep in hostile territory with winter approaching. Every soldier, from private to general, understood this vulnerability, and the understanding created profound anxiety. The strategic impossibility of the Caucasus campaign became undeniable in November. Even if German forces had captured Grozny and Baku, the infrastructure to transport oil north didn't exist and couldn't be created quickly. Soviet forces would have destroyed refineries and wells before retreating. Repairs would require months or years. German forces lacked engineers and equipment for large-scale reconstruction. And, most fundamentally, transporting oil from Baku to German industry required either tanker ships across the Caspian and Black Seas, which Soviet naval and air forces would interdict, or rail transport over thousands of kilometers through partisan-infested territory. The entire strategic premise of Operation Blue was logistically impossible. Wehrmacht intelligence reports from November painted an increasingly dark picture of Soviet capabilities. German planners had estimated the Soviet Union could field approximately 200 divisions at war's start in June 1941. By November 1942, Wehrmacht had officially destroyed over 600 Soviet divisions through encirclements and defeats. Yet Soviet forces seemed stronger than ever, fielding armies in every sector, conducting offensives simultaneously in multiple locations. Where were these forces coming from? The answer was Soviet industrial mobilization on a scale Germans hadn't believed possible. Factories evacuated beyond the Ural Mountains were producing tanks, aircraft, and weapons in quantities that replaced losses faster than Germans could inflict them. On November 10th, aerial reconnaissance photographed massive Soviet troop concentrations north of the Terek River, directly opposite Vikings' positions. The photographs showed tank parks, artillery batteries, and supply dumps indicating major offensive preparations. Intelligence estimated at least 3 Soviet armies, approximately 150,000 troops, assembling for attack. This was worrying but not immediately threatening. Viking had defended successfully against Soviet offensives before. But when combined with reports from other sectors showing similar concentrations, a pattern emerged. Soviet command was preparing coordinated offensives across the entire southern front, designed to simultaneously tie down German forces and exploit weaknesses. November 19th brought the catastrophe everyone had feared. Operation Uranus, a massive Soviet counteroffensive, smashed through Romanian forces guarding 6th Army's flanks at Stalingrad. 2 Soviet army groups, totaling over 1 million troops, executed double envelopment that encircled 330,000 German and Romanian soldiers in Stalingrad and surrounding areas. The encirclement was complete by November 23rd. 6th Army, the elite force that had driven to the Volga River, was trapped, and the operational implications extended far beyond Stalingrad itself. If 6th Army was destroyed, the entire southern front would collapse, potentially, trapping 1st Panzer Army in the Caucasus. At Viking headquarters, staff officers frantically revised operational plans in light of Stalingrad's encirclement. Contingency plans for withdrawal had existed since September, but were constantly updated. The fundamental problem was distances. Withdrawing from Mozdok to Rostov required retreating 500 kilometers while under Soviet pressure. The withdrawal had to be conducted during winter, through territory with minimal infrastructure and hostile populations. And it had to be completed before Soviet forces cut the corridor at Rostov or before winter made movement impossible. The timing window was extremely narrow. Withdraw too early and Hitler would order units to stand fast. Withdraw too late and escape became impossible. Supply mathematics revealed operational unsustainability even before Stalingrad fell. First, Panzer Army required 1,500 tons of supplies, daily fuel, ammunition, food, spare parts, medical supplies to maintain full combat effectiveness. The logistics network was delivering an average of 400 tons daily in November, and deliveries were declining as partisan attacks increased and Soviet offensives disrupted rear areas. At this supply rate, mechanized units couldn't conduct sustained operations. Fuel shortages meant tanks and vehicles sat immobile. Ammunition shortages meant artillery fired sparingly. Food shortages meant soldiers on reduced rations. The magnificent army that had conquered Ukraine and penetrated the Caucasus was slowly starving for lack of supplies. Soviet build-up opposite Viking intensified throughout late November. The Red Army wasn't merely defending, it was preparing to attack, to push German forces back, to reclaim lost territory. Soviet artillery increased its harassment fires, probing German positions constantly. Partisan attacks on supply convoys intensified, destroying trucks and killing rear area personnel. Soviet aircraft appeared more frequently, contesting German air superiority that had been taken for granted. All indicators suggested major offensive was imminent, possibly coordinated with operations near Stalingrad designed to trap German forces comprehensively. On November 28th, preliminary movement orders arrived at divisional headquarters. 1st Panzer Army was to prepare for phased withdrawal from Mozdok beginning in early December, contingent on higher command approval. The orders were classified and restricted to senior officers, telling troops they were preparing retreat would damage morale. But soldiers weren't stupid. They saw supply shipments decreasing, wounded being evacuated rearward, and preparations that suggested movement. Veterans who had experienced the Rostov retreat recognized the signs. Something big was happening, and it wasn't offensive operations. A Germania Regiment company commander, Captain Wilhelm Hoffmann, recorded his thoughts on November 30th. We stand at the furthest point of Macca. German conquest. Having advanced over 1,500 kilometers from our starting positions 16 months ago, we have defeated every Soviet force we encountered, captured more territory than any army in history, and demonstrated German military superiority beyond question. Yet I have growing sense that we have won every battle while losing the war. The Soviets keep coming, new divisions, new tanks, new armies, while our reinforcements never match our losses. We hold vast territories, but lack forces to defend them properly. Supply barely reaches us despite Herculean logistical efforts. And now, Stalingrad is encircled, threatening to collapse our entire strategic position. I wonder if historians will record this moment, November 1942, Mozdok on the Terek River, as the high point of German power, the furthest advance before inevitable retreat. Standing here, looking at maps, showing how far we've come and how isolated we are, I suspect the answer is yes. His assessment was remarkably prescient. November 1942 represented the absolute high watermark of Axis expansion on the Eastern Front. German forces would never again stand so far into Soviet territory. Every month thereafter would bring retreat, defeat, and shrinking territory. But soldiers at Mozdok couldn't see the future clearly. They experienced only the present cold arriving early, supplies dwindling, enemy pressure increasing, and rumours about disasters elsewhere. The magnificent achievement of reaching the Caucasus was transforming into potential catastrophe of being trapped there. The irony was bitter. Division Viking had performed brilliantly, advanced 750 kilometers, defeated larger Soviet forces repeatedly, maintained cohesion under extreme conditions, and established positions that would have been considered impossible achievements in any previous war. Yet all this excellence was strategically irrelevant. The war's outcome wouldn't be decided by tactical competence, but by industrial production, manpower reserves, and strategic geography factors where Soviet Union held overwhelming advantages. German forces could win every battle and still lose the war. And they were. As November ended and December began, the soldiers of Viking awaited orders they knew were coming. The retreat would begin soon, not admission of defeat, but operational necessity. They would abandon positions fought for and held, withdraw across terrain conquered at heavy cost, and return to starting points they'd left 6 months earlier. The summer offensive had accomplished nothing permanent. The casualties, thousands dead, tens of thousands wounded, had purchased temporary territorial gains that would be surrendered without firing a shot. And Worst of all, the retreat would occur during winter, through hostile country, pursued by a vengeful enemy, under conditions that promised to be even worse than the previous winter's nightmare. A Norwegian private, standing guard duty on December 1st, watched the sun set over the Caucasus Mountains and thought about home Oslo under German occupation, family he hadn't seen in 18 months, life before the war that seemed impossibly distant. He had volunteered, believing he was fighting for Europe's defense against communism. Now he stood on the Terek River, 520 kilometers from Baku, 1,600 kilometers from Norway, understanding that the crusade was simply a war and the war was being lost. The high water mark of German conquest was also the turning point toward defeat, and he, like thousands of others, would have to survive the coming retreat or die trying. The advance had been hard. The retreat would be harder, and at the end of it all, they would be back where they started, having gained nothing permanent and lost irreplaceable comrades. That was the truth visible from the high water mark, not triumph but futility, not glory but waste, not victory but approaching. Catastrophe that courage and tactical skill couldn't prevent. January 1st, 1943. Forward positions. Mozdok perimeter. 0400 hours. The radio message arrives encoded, marked, urgent, and brief. Operation commence 0600. Withdraw to phase line Alpha by nightfall. A Nordland Regiment battalion commander reads it twice, then burns it according to security protocols. Phase line Alpha is 80 kilometers north, a full day's march for infantry in good conditions, longer for mechanized units with wounded and equipment. The temperature is minus 25 Celsius. Snow is falling. And Soviet forces have been probing positions all night, suggesting they know something is happening. In 2 hours, this battalion will begin the longest retreat of the war, 500 kilometers from Mozdok back to Rostov, fighting rearguard actions the entire way, racing against Soviet pursuit and arriving winter. The soldiers receiving movement orders understand intellectually what's happening, but can't grasp emotionally the enormity of abandoning everything gained in 6 months of offensive operations. They pack what can be carried, destroy what can't, and prepare to move north towards safety or death. The withdrawal from the Caucasus was military logistics at its most desperate, a massive retreat covering hundreds of kilometers, conducted during winter, under enemy pressure, through terrain, with minimal infrastructure. 1st Panzer Army, including Division Viking, had to evacuate over 300,000 soldiers, thousands of vehicles, artillery pieces, supplies, and wounded from positions deep in the Caucasus back to defensive lines on the Mius River. The retreat had to be executed before Soviet forces cut the corridor at Rostov or before winter weather made movement impossible. If either happened, the entire army would be destroyed. The operation began systematically despite underlying chaos. Units withdrew in phases forward. Positions evacuated first, followed by support units, with armoured forces providing mobile rear guards. Engineers demolished bridges, mined roads, destroyed anything useful to pursuing Soviets. Supply dumps that couldn't be transported were burned. Hundreds of tons of fuel, ammunition, and equipment consumed in fires that marked German retreat. The smoke columns were visible for dozens of kilometers, signal to Soviet command that Germans were running. January 12th marked the start of Vikings' withdrawal from Mozdok itself. The division had defended this position for 4 months, building fortifications, establishing relationships with local populations, and viewing it as semi-permanent base. Now everything was abandoned. Bunkers constructed with such effort were demolished. Artillery positions carefully sited were destroyed. Equipment too damaged or fuel-starved to transport was blown up. The systematic destruction was militarily necessary but psychologically devastating. Soldiers were destroying with their own hands what they'd fought to capture and defend. The retreat route led north through Armavir, Tikhoretsk, and finally Rostov, 500 kilometers of increasingly dangerous travel. Soviet forces, recognizing the withdrawal, launched attacks designed to cut off retreating columns and destroy them piecemeal. Soviet mobile units, cavalry, tanks, motorized infantry raced along parallel roads trying to outflank German columns and block key crossings. Soviet aircraft, increasingly active as the Luftwaffe's strength declined, attacked traffic jams and bottlenecks, partisan bands, emboldened by German retreat, ambushed supply convoys and stragglers. The withdrawal became running battle lasting 6 weeks. The weather made everything exponentially worse. January 1943 brought the coldest temperatures of the war. -30°C was common, with nights dropping to -35. Vehicles froze solid overnight despite all efforts. Fuel became so cold it wouldn't flow properly. Engine oil turned to sludge. Mechanical failures increased exponentially. Trucks broke down. Tanks threw tracks. Half tracks lost mobility. Each breakdown meant either abandoning the vehicle after destroying it, or delays trying to repair it while Soviet forces approached. The decision, repair or destroy, was made hundreds of times daily, each time meaning loss of irreplaceable equipment. The human cost was immediate and terrible. Soldiers marching 20 to 30 kilometers daily in -30-degree weather suffered mass frostbite casualties. Feet froze in inadequate boots. Fingers became black with cold injury despite gloves. Ears and noses developed frostbite from brief exposure. Men collapsed from exhaustion and hypothermia, dying on roadsides when units couldn't stop to help them. Medical personnel were overwhelmed. Aid stations handled hundreds of frostbite cases daily, plus combat wounded, plus sick soldiers whose immune systems had failed under stress. Triage became brutal. Those who could walk continued, those who couldn't were left with weapons and morphine to defend themselves or choose quick death. Division Viking fought multiple rearguard actions during the retreat. Soviet forces would overtake retreating columns, attack from flanks or rear, forcing Germans to turn and fight. These battles followed patterns. German units would establish hasty defences, fight long enough to allow main body to gain distance, then disengage and continue retreating. It was professional infantry work, exhausting and dangerous, with constant risk of being cut off and destroyed. The rearguards suffered disproportionate casualties, men killed or captured during disengagement, wounded who couldn't be evacuated, exhausted soldiers who simply couldn't continue. January 24th brought fighting at Armavir, a significant town midway through the retreat corridor. Soviet forces had moved ahead of German withdrawal, establishing blocking positions in Armavir to cut the corridor and trap 1st Panzer Army. Viking, serving as advance guard for the retreating army, had to attack into Armavir to reopen the route. The resulting battle was savage street fighting in winter conditions, house-to-house combat in -30-degree cold, soldiers attacking enemies entrenched in heated buildings while Germans fought from frozen streets. The battle lasted 3 days, cost over 400 casualties, but succeeded in clearing the corridor. 1st Panzer Army continued north through Armavir, while Viking maintained rear guard against Soviet forces pursuing from the south. The civilian situation added moral complexity to operational challenges. Hundreds of thousands of civilians, ethnic Germans, Cossacks, Caucasian minorities, anyone who had collaborated with German occupation fled north with the retreating army, terrified of Soviet retribution. This refugee column, perhaps 500,000 people, clogged roads needed for military traffic, consumed scarce supplies, and complicated military operations. German commanders faced impossible choices: help civilians and delay military withdrawal, or prioritize military evacuation and abandon civilians to their fate. Most chose pragmatic military priority, but individuals helped where possible, soldiers sharing rations with starving children, trucks carrying refugee families alongside military cargo, rear guards protecting civilian columns from Soviet cavalry raids. The retreat's pace accelerated through late January as Soviet pressure intensified and concern about Rostov being cut grew urgent. Units marched longer distances daily, 35-40 kilometers, at pace that destroyed those who couldn't maintain it. Soldiers discarded equipment to lighten loads, spare uniforms, personal items, anything not essential for immediate survival. The retreat stripped away everything superfluous, reducing soldiers to pure function: walk, fight, survive. Identity, comfort, possessions all became irrelevant compared to reaching safety. February 3rd marked the Rostov bridgehead, crossing the critical point where retreat succeeded or failed. 1st Panzer Army's hundreds of thousands of soldiers, thousands of vehicles, and accompanying refugees had to cross the Don River at Rostov before Soviet forces either captured the city or destroyed the bridges. The crossing occurred under constant Soviet artillery fire and air attack. Engineers maintained bridges under fire while traffic controllers pushed units across as rapidly as possible. The crossing lasted 4 days, with units waiting in massive traffic jams under bombardment, finally crossing in desperate rush, then continuing west toward defensive lines on the Mius River. Division Viking was among the last units to cross, providing rear guard for the entire army. On February 14th, the division's final elements crossed the Don while Soviet forces entered Rostov from the east. Engineers detonated bridges behind them, dropping spans into the icy river, severing the connection to the Caucasus. The retreat was complete. 1st Panzer Army had escaped encirclement and destruction, but the price was staggering. Estimates suggest 380 killed, 1,600 wounded, and 200 missing during the retreat, over 2,000 casualties in 6 weeks of fighting withdrawal. Equipment losses were even more severe. Approximately 40% of division's heavy equipment was destroyed, abandoned, or lost. Tanks, assault guns, artillery pieces, trucks, half-tracks, all left burning on retreat roads or buried in snow. The psychological impact exceeded physical losses. Soldiers who had advanced victoriously across Ukraine now retreated in defeat through the same ground. Villages they'd captured the previous summer were reoccupied by Soviet forces. Territory purchased with comrades' blood was surrendered without resistance. The strategic futility was undeniable. 6 months of offensive operations, thousands of casualties, and ultimate result was returning to starting positions with depleted strength. The volunteers who had believed in German invincibility, who had thought tactical excellence guaranteed strategic success, now understood that wars weren't won through courage and skill alone. Industrial capacity, manpower reserves, and strategic geography mattered more. And in all these categories, Soviet Union held decisive advantages. A Danish volunteer, Erik Christensen, wrote in his diary on February 15th, after crossing into the Mius positions, "Yesterday, we retreated across the same bridges we crossed in triumph 8 months ago. Then we were conquerors, confident and strong. Now we are survivors, exhausted and diminished. I have lost friends to Russian bullets, German stupidity, and winter cold. We have gained nothing permanent and lost everything temporary. The crusade we were promised is revealed as imperial conquest, and the conquest has failed. I don't know if I will survive this war, but I know I will never forgive the lies we were told or the waste of lives for objectives that never mattered." The retreat from the Caucasus marked fundamental turning point for Division Viking and the Eastern Front. Generally, never again would German forces mount major offensive operations in the southern sector. Never again would Wehrmacht advance deep into Soviet territory with expectation of victory. From February 1943 forward, the war became a series of defensive battles, tactical withdrawals, and desperate attempts to stabilize collapsing fronts. Division Viking, veteran of the advance's furthest point, would spend the next 2 years retreating westward slowly, professionally, fighting skilled rearguard actions, but always retreating. The volunteers who had crossed into Soviet territory in June 1941 with dreams of quick victory now faced reality of long defeat. They had survived the retreat from the Caucasus. Surviving the war would prove far harder, and many wouldn't. The long retreat had only just begun. March 1st, 1943. Defensive positions, Mius River Line. The bunker is partially improved from last year's winter positions, deeper excavation, reinforced timber supports, better camouflage, but it's still a hole in frozen ground. Home to 8 men who have learned to coexist in impossible proximity. A Westland Regiment squad occupies this position, a mixture of original Dutch volunteers and recent replacements from Estonia and Romania. They've been here 3 weeks since completing retreat from the Caucasus, rotating between frontline positions and reserve areas, conducting endless maintenance on weapons and equipment, and waiting for inevitable Soviet offensive. The defensive line stretches along the Mius River, same ground they defended in winter 1941-42, same fields of fire and tactical problems. The veterans recognise landmarks, remember battles fought from these positions, and understand, with bitter irony, that 2 years of war have accomplished nothing except returning them to where they started. A Soviet artillery preparation begins at dawn, the distinctive thunder of Katyusha rocket launchers mixed with howitzer fire. The squad takes positions in the bunker, checks weapons, and prepares for another day of defensive combat. This is their existence now. Hold the line, kill attacking Soviets, survive until tomorrow, repeat indefinitely. Spring 1943 saw Division Viking transition from retreat to defense, establishing positions along the Mius and Donets rivers, where they would fight desperate defensive battles for the next 4 months. The strategic situation had deteriorated catastrophically. Stalingrad had fallen in February with complete destruction of 6th Army. Soviet offensives were advancing across the entire southern sector, and German forces fought simply to avoid total collapse. In this crisis, Viking became firefighting reserve, deployed to critical sectors where defensive lines were breaking and Soviet breakthroughs threatened catastrophic encirclements. The Mius River position offered strong defensive terrain. The river itself was a significant obstacle. Bluffs on the western bank provided observation and fields of fire, and previous occupations had left partial fortifications that could be improved. German engineers had constructed extensive defensive works during winter. Trench systems connecting strongpoints, concrete bunkers protecting machine guns and anti-tank weapons, minefields covering likely approach routes, and interlocking fields of fire that created kill zones. These preparations transformed the Mius line into a formidable barrier that Soviet forces would have to overcome through direct assault. Soviet command understood that breaking German defensive lines required overwhelming force and combined arms coordination. The Red Army of Spring 1943 was vastly improved from the force Germans had defeated in 1941. Soviet tactics incorporated lessons from 2 years of defeats, proper reconnaissance, coordinated artillery preparations, combined infantry and armour assaults, and commitment of reserves at decisive points. Soviet equipment had improved dramatically. 34 production exceeded German tank production by factors of 4 or 5. Artillery was reorganised into powerful divisions that could mass fires effectively, and close air support was increasingly available as Soviet Air Force strength grew. The first major test came March 15th, when Soviet forces launched Operation Gallop, continuation of winter offensives designed to liberate Ukraine. 3 Soviet armies attacked German positions along the Mius, focusing on sectors held by depleted divisions that Soviet intelligence assessed as weak. Division Viking held adjacent sector, and when the Soviet breakthrough threatened to envelop neighbouring units, Viking received orders to counterattack and restore the line. This established pattern that would repeat throughout spring. Soviet forces would attack, achieve initial penetration, then German mobile reserves, including Viking, would counterattack to seal the breach. The defensive doctrine Viking employed was called elastic defense, deliberately allowing Soviet forces to penetrate shallow forward positions, then counterattacking their flanks once they'd advanced into kill zones. Forward positions were lightly held, designed to identify Soviet attack axes and delay rather than stop attacks. Main defensive positions lay deeper in prepared bunkers and strongpoints that Soviet attackers encountered after their artillery preparation had moved forward. Mobile reserves, positioned centrally, could counterattack Soviet penetrations before they could be consolidated and reinforced. This doctrine required discipline and courage forward. Troops had to conduct fighting withdrawals under heavy attack, while reserves had to counterattack into situations where Soviet forces temporarily outnumbered them. April 2nd brought the largest Soviet assault of the spring campaign. 4 Soviet divisions, supported by over 200 tanks and massive artillery preparation, attacked Viking sector along a 10-kilometre front. The attack began at dawn with 3-hour artillery bombardment that destroyed forward positions and killed dozens of Germans in their bunkers. Then Soviet infantry and armour advanced in coordinated assault, 34 tanks leading infantry squads that advanced using cover and fire support. Forward German positions conducted fighting withdrawals as planned, falling back to main defensive lines while calling artillery onto attacking Soviets. The main battle developed when Soviet forces encountered prepared defensive positions 2 kilometres behind the front line. German machine guns, protected in concrete bunkers, opened devastating fire into Soviet infantry advancing across open ground. PaK-40 anti-tank guns, hidden in camouflage positions, engaged Soviet armour at ranges where their 75mm guns could penetrate 34 armour. German artillery, informed by forward observers who had remained hidden despite Soviet advance, dropped concentrating fire onto Soviet formations. The killing was methodical and terrible. Soviet tanks brewed up one after another as anti-tank weapons found their marks. Infantry was scythed down by machine gun fire, and artillery created chaos in rear formations trying to advance forward. By mid-afternoon, the Soviet attack had stalled with horrific casualties. 3 Soviet divisions had been reduced to perhaps 60% strength. Tank brigades had lost over half their armor, and forward momentum was completely lost. This was the moment elastic defense was designed to create Soviet forces. Disorganized, exhausted, having expended their combat power without achieving breakthrough. Vikings commander ordered immediate counterattack. Westland Regiment, held in reserve with attached assault guns and armor, attacked towards Soviet positions while they were still recovering from failed assault. The counterattack achieved complete surprise. Soviet forces, expecting to consolidate captured ground, instead found themselves under attack by fresh German forces advancing with armor support. The battle became meeting engagement, where German tactical superiority manifested decisively. Vikings' infantry armor coordination, practiced over years, enabled precise combined arms attacks that Soviet forces couldn't match. Assault guns suppressed Soviet positions while infantry closed and cleared them. German tanks engaged Soviet armor in running battles where superior German optics, radios, and crew training compensated for 34's better armor and gun. By evening, Westland had recaptured all lost ground plus several kilometers of Soviet-held territory beyond the original line. The defensive victories along the Mius came at steady cost. Every Soviet attack, even those defeated, caused German casualties. Machine gunners were killed by Soviet artillery. Anti-tank crews were destroyed by Soviet armor that reached their positions. Infantry defending strongpoints suffered from constant bombardment. Medical evacuation systems were strained. Hundreds of wounded required treatment after each major engagement, overwhelming aid stations and hospitals. The casualty exchange ratios favoured defenders significantly. Estimates suggest 10 Soviet casualties for every German, but absolute numbers mattered too. Germany couldn't replace losses as quickly as Soviet Union, meaning each battle depleted irreplaceable veteran strength. The reinforcements arriving to replace casualties reflected changing composition of the division. Original, Scandinavian, and Western European. Volunteers were now a minority, perhaps 25% of strength. The majority were ethnic Germans from Eastern Europe, Baltic volunteers from Estonia and Latvia, and increasingly conscripts who had no choice about service. These replacements were motivated differently than original volunteers. Estonians and Latvians fought because Soviet occupation had been genuinely brutal and they viewed Germans as lesser evil. Ethnic Germans from Ukraine and Romania served partly from ideology but mostly from practical recognition that refusing meant forced labour or worse. This diverse force was held together not by ideology but by military discipline, unit cohesion, and simple fact that alternatives to continued service were either non-existent or worse. By early May, Viking had defended the Mius line against 4 major Soviet offensives, conducted 3 significant counterattacks, and maintained territorial integrity of its sector. The division's reputation as elite defensive force was solidified. Other commanders requested Viking for the most threatened sectors, and Soviet forces learned to avoid sectors where Viking was identified. But defensive success couldn't change strategic reality. Soviet offensives continued across the entire front, probing everywhere for weak points, and eventually would find them. German forces lacked manpower and resources for sustained defense of 2,000-kilometer front against enemy willing to accept enormous casualties. The personal cost of continuous defensive combat was evident in soldiers' demeanor and health. Constant shelling caused psychological casualties, men who broke under sustained bombardment, who couldn't function after watching friends killed, who developed what later wars would call combat fatigue or PTSD. Physical health deteriorated from inadequate nutrition, chronic stress, and accumulated minor injuries. A soldier might not be wounded seriously enough for evacuation, but accumulate injuries, shrapnel scars, hearing damage from artillery, concussions from near misses that reduce combat effectiveness. The Viking of May 1943 was professionally more competent than the division that crossed into Soviet Union in June 1941, but physically and psychologically far more damaged. The certainty of continued combat without apparent end eroded morale in ways tactical defeats hadn't. Losing battles was demoralizing but understandable. Sometimes the enemy was simply better or luckier. But winning battles continuously, while the strategic situation worsened, created cognitive dissonance. How could they keep winning tactically while losing strategically? The answer was numbers. Soviet Union could afford losses that would destroy German forces, could regenerate armies faster than Germans could destroy them, could trade space for time, knowing their strategic depth exceeded German offensive capability. Understanding this answer didn't make it easier to accept. It meant that courage, tactical skill, and successful defense ultimately didn't matter. The war's outcome was predetermined by industrial production and population, and Germany was losing both competitions decisively. A Germania regiment captain, writing to his wife in May, captured the contradiction: "We have defended our positions successfully against overwhelming odds. My company has killed hundreds of Russians while suffering relatively few casualties. We have demonstrated German superiority repeatedly. Yet the Russians keep coming. New divisions, new tanks, new armies, while our reinforcements barely replace our losses. It feels like fighting the tide. We can win individual battles, but the sea is infinite, and we are finite. I don't know how this war ends for Germany, but I know how it ends for most of us: wounded, captured, or dead." Survival seems less likely each month, and strategic victory seems impossible. We continue because we must, because alternatives don't exist, because abandoning comrades is unthinkable. But I have stopped believing in victory. Now I merely hope for survival, and even that hope feels increasingly delusional. The defensive battles along the Mius and Donets rivers in spring 1943 demonstrated German tactical excellence and strategic futility in equal measure. Division Viking had performed brilliantly, defeating larger Soviet forces repeatedly, maintaining defensive integrity under extreme pressure, and earning reputation as one of the most effective divisions on the Eastern Front. But these achievements occurred within context of inevitable defeat. Soviet forces could afford losses, Viking inflicted. German forces couldn't afford losses, they were suffering even in victorious defensive battles. The mathematics were inexorable. Eventually, German defences would be overwhelmed through simple attrition, regardless of tactical competence. The volunteers of Viking understood this with varying degrees of consciousness. They continued fighting because continuing was all they could do. But illusions about the war's outcome were gone. The crusade had become desperate survival, and survival, as winter had taught them, required endurance more than heroism. The defensive victories of spring 1943 bought time but changed nothing fundamental. Summer would bring renewed German offensives, desperate attempts to regain initiative. Those offensives would fail catastrophically, and then the true retreat, the long withdrawal across Ukraine back toward Germany, would begin in earnest. But that was future. In May 1943, they held the Mius line, killed attacking Soviets, and tried not to think too much about where this was all leading. February 20th, 1943, Army Group South Headquarters, Zaporozhye. Field Marshal Erich von Manstein spreads his operational map across the conference table, surrounded by corps and divisional commanders, including Felix Steiner. The map shows Soviet forces have advanced over 150 kilometers in the past month. Captured Kharkov on February 16th, the fourth largest city in Soviet Union and symbol of German power in the east, and are driving west toward the Dnieper River with apparent intention of trapping entire army groups south. The meeting's purpose is to explain Manstein's audacious counterplan. Rather than conducting static defense or panicked retreat, Army Group South will allow Soviet forces to overextend, then strike their flanks in massive counteroffensive designed to encircle the encirclers. It requires nerve, perfect timing, and willingness to temporarily abandon more territory. But if it works, Germany will deliver crushing defeat to overconfident Soviet forces and stabilize the entire southern front. Manstein looks at his commanders and asks the essential question: can your forces execute mobile offensive operations after months of defensive combat and strategic retreat? Steiner, representing Division Viking, answers without hesitation, "My division is ready." It's partly truth and partly necessary fiction. Viking is exhausted, under strength, and equipment depleted. But Manstein's plan offers possibility of actual victory after endless retreat, and that possibility is worth any sacrifice. The Third Battle of Kharkov is about to begin, and it will be Germany's last major victory on the Eastern Front. The strategic situation in February 1943 was genuinely desperate for Germany. Soviet winter offensives, building on Stalingrad victory, had advanced across the entire southern sector. Soviet forces recaptured Rostov, Kursk, and Kharkov, liberating vast territories and threatening to encircle Army Group South entirely. Soviet command believed German forces were collapsing, that final victory in the south was imminent, that Wehrmacht could be destroyed before spring. This confidence led to operational overextension. Soviet armies advanced faster than their logistics could support, creating exposed flanks and elongated supply lines. Manstein recognized this vulnerability and planned to exploit it brilliantly. The operational concept was elegantly simple. Army Group South would withdraw westward from the Donets River, allowing Soviet forces to advance into the gap. This would stretch Soviet supply lines to breaking point while concentrating German forces for counterattack. Then, two powerful armoured formations, Manstein's mobile reserves, including SS Panzer Corps with Viking, Leibstandarte, Das Reich and Totenkopf divisions, would strike from north and south, encircling Soviet spearheads and destroying them. If successful, the operation would eliminate multiple Soviet armies, recapture Kharkov, and stabilise the front before spring. It required perfect execution and considerable courage to temporarily abandon more territory when Berlin was demanding every metre be defended. Division Wiking's role was crucial. Assigned to 1st Panzer Army's counterattack from the south, Viking would advance north from Dnipropetrovsk toward Kharkov, forming the southern pincer of the encirclement. The division had been reinforced with new tanks, including 1st Tiger I heavy tanks and Panzer IVs with long 75mm guns, restoring some of the combat power lost in the Caucasus retreat. Morale was surprisingly high despite recent retreats. Soldiers understood this was opportunity for offensive action, chance to strike back rather than merely defend, possibility of actual victory rather than indefinite retreat. After months of defensive combat and strategic withdrawal, the prospect of attacking was psychologically liberating. The counteroffensive began February 20th, when 1st Panzer Army attacked north from Dnipropetrovsk. Soviet forces, expecting continued German retreat, were surprised by sudden offensive. Division Viking led the advance, employing mobile warfare tactics that had been impossible during static defensive operations. Panzer and assault gun units, screened by reconnaissance elements, advanced rapidly, bypassing Soviet strongpoints, penetrating deep into Soviet rear areas, and disrupting command and logistics. Infantry followed in half-tracks, dismounting to clear resistance and secure lines of communication. It was warfare, as Germans practiced it best: speed, violence, and exploitation of enemy confusion. The advance achieved remarkable gains. Viking covered 120 kilometers in 11 days, defeating Soviet rearguards, overrunning supply dumps, and creating chaos in Soviet rear areas. Soviet command, confident of imminent victory, suddenly faced nightmare scenario of their spearheads being cut off from supply and reinforcement. Soviet Southwestern Front, which had advanced furthest west and was most extended, found itself threatened with encirclement as German pincers closed from north and south. March 3rd marked the culmination of the first phase, when German northern and southern pincers met, encircling multiple Soviet armies near Pavlograd. Approximately 50,000 Soviet troops were trapped in the pocket, their supplies cut, their escape routes blocked. German forces systematically destroyed the encircled formations over the next week. Soviet relief attempts from outside the pocket were defeated by German forces that now held interior lines. By March 10th, the pocket had been liquidated. Thousands of Soviet prisoners marched to rear areas, abandoned equipment littered the battlefield, and Soviet offensive momentum was completely broken. With the encirclement completed, Manstein ordered immediate exploitation toward Kharkov before Soviet forces could establish new defensive lines. Division Viking, despite exhaustion from 11 days of continuous operations, was tasked with spearheading the assault on Kharkov itself. The city represented psychological and symbolic importance beyond its military value, Soviet propaganda. had celebrated its recapture as proof of Red Army superiority, and German recapture would be equally significant propaganda victory. More practically, Kharkov was major rail and road hub whose capture would secure German positions and deny Soviets critical logistics node. The advance toward Kharkov began March 11th. Viking approached from the south, while Leibstandarte and Das Reich divisions attacked from west and north, creating three-sided assault. Soviet forces defending Kharkov were primarily elements of 3rd Tank Army, badly damaged during the encirclement battles but still capable of serious resistance. The Soviets established defensive perimeter around the city, using buildings as strong points and flooding rivers to create obstacles. Urban warfare, which Germans generally tried to avoid due to its casualty rates, was unavoidable if Kharkov was to be recaptured quickly. The street fighting began March 12th and lasted 4 days of brutal close-quarters combat. Vikings' assault followed doctrine developed during previous urban battles, small assault teams combining infantry, engineers with flamethrowers and demolitions, and assault gun support to systematically clear blocks. Progress was measured in buildings captured, streets cleared, strong points reduced. Each intersection was battlefield, each building a fortress. Soviet defenders fought desperately, knowing defeat meant capture and probable death given SS reputation for giving no quarter. The fighting was savage, and personal grenades thrown through windows, rooms cleared with submachine gun fire, hand-to-hand combat in hallways and cellars. March 15th brought the climactic battle for Kharkov city centre. The railway station, massive building dominating downtown, had become Soviet command post and final defensive strongpoint. Leibstandarte attacked from the north, while Viking assaulted from south, coordinating their attacks through direct radio communication. The building was taken room by room over 8 hours of continuous fighting. By evening, German forces held the station and had effectively conquered Kharkov. Soviet resistance collapsed, units that could withdraw escaped eastward, those that couldn't surrendered or were destroyed. By March 18th, all organized Soviet resistance in Kharkov had ceased. The Third Battle of Kharkov was, by any measure, a German victory, one of the last clear victories Germany would achieve on the Eastern Front. Soviet forces suffered estimated 90,000 casualties, lost over 600 tanks, and saw their winter offensive completely reversed. German casualties were approximately 11,500, less than 12% of Soviet losses. Territorially, Germany recaptured significant territory including Kharkov and Belgorod, stabilizing the southern front and creating favorable positions for future operations. Psychologically, the victory demonstrated that Wehrmacht retained offensive capability and could still defeat Soviet forces decisively when conditions were favorable. For Division Viking, Kharkov was operational masterpiece. The division had advanced 180 kilometers in 26 days, fought multiple battles against larger Soviet forces, and performed critical role in encirclement and recapture operations. Casualties were significant: 280 killed, nearly 1,000 wounded, but considered acceptable given operational achievements. The division's reputation as elite assault force was enhanced, and morale reached levels not seen since early Barbarossa successes. Soldiers who had endured months of retreat and defensive combat now had clear victory to celebrate, proof that German arms could still triumph, but the victory was tactical rather than strategic. Germany had recovered lost ground and inflicted heavy Soviet casualties, but hadn't changed fundamental strategic balance. Soviet industrial production continued churning out tanks, aircraft, weapons faster than Germany could destroy them. Soviet manpower reserves remained vast compared to German resources. And perhaps most ominously, the Red Army was learning. Soviet tactical competence had improved dramatically from 1941 and would continue improving. German victories would become progressively harder to achieve, more costly, and ultimately insufficient to change the war's trajectory. Erich von Manstein, architect of the Kharkov victory, understood these limitations even as he celebrated success. He wrote in his diary after the battle, "We have achieved significant victory, demonstrating that properly executed mobile warfare can defeat numerically superior Soviet forces. But this victory hasn't changed the strategic situation fundamentally. We lack reserves for sustained offensive operations. Our industrial production lags far behind Soviet output, and time works against us, as American forces prepare to enter European theatre. Kharkov bought us breathing room and demonstrated our continued capabilities, but it hasn't brought us victory. Unless political situation changes radically, which seems unlikely, we are winning tactical victories in strategically losing war. For the volunteers of Division Viking, Kharkov represented bittersweet triumph. They had proven themselves again, demonstrated tactical excellence, and achieved clear military success. But veterans who had served since Barbarossa's beginning understood that one victory couldn't reverse 2 years of strategic deterioration. A Nordland Regiment sergeant, celebrating Kharkov's recapture with his squad, raised a toast to victory, then added quietly, "We won this battle. How many more can we win before we run out of soldiers?" His question had no good answer. The mathematics of attrition worked against Germany regardless of tactical brilliance. Each victory cost casualties Germany couldn't fully replace. Each defeat cost more. And the strategic endgame, Germany surrounded by enemies, fighting multi-front war against industrial powers with vastly superior resources, was approaching regardless of individual battle outcomes. The spring of 1943, following Kharkov, brought renewed confidence to German command. Hitler, emboldened by Manstein's success, began planning summer offensive to regain strategic initiative. That offensive, Operation Citadel at Kursk, would consume Germany's last mobile reserves in catastrophic defeat. But in March, celebrating Kharkov's recapture, those future disasters remained invisible. The soldiers of Division Viking rested, refitted, absorbed replacements, and prepared for the next operation. They had fought brilliantly, won decisively, and earned their brief moment of triumph. The war would continue. The eventual outcome was increasingly clear. But for now, in March 1943, they could celebrate Kharkov, the last victory, though they didn't know it yet, before the final descent into defeat and destruction. July 5th, 1943, 3 a.m., assembly area south of Kursk salient. The darkness before dawn is shattered by the roar of thousands of engines. Division Vikings armoured vehicles idle in packed formation, Panzer IVs with their long-barreled 75mm guns, Tigers with impenetrable frontal armour and fearsome 88mm cannons, Stube 3 assault guns, and dozens of half-tracks carrying mechanised infantry. This is the largest concentration of German armour since the war began, nearly 3,000 tanks, including 146 Tigers and 200 brand-new Panthers, technological marvels with sloped armour and powerful guns designed to dominate the battlefield. Operation Citadel aims to encircle and destroy Soviet forces in the Kursk salient, a bulge in German lines that extends westward, tempting target for double envelopment. Success will eliminate multiple Soviet armies, shorten German defensive lines, and demonstrate continued Wehrmacht superiority. At exactly 3:15, artillery opens fire, thousands of guns illuminating the sky with muzzle flashes. At 4 a.m, whistles blow, and the armoured formations surge forward. A Dutch tank commander, Hendrik Maas, watches through his periscope as the assault begins and thinks, "This is either brilliant victory or colossal disaster. There's no middle ground anymore." Germany has committed everything to this offensive. By nightfall, they'll know if gambling their last reserves was genius or suicide. Operation Citadel was Hitler's answer to strategic stalemate following the Kharkov victory. Despite that success, Germany remained on the defensive across most of the Eastern Front, reacting to Soviet initiatives rather than dictating operations. The Kursk salient, a westward bulge in Soviet lines, 190 kilometers wide and 120 kilometers deep, offered tempting opportunity. Eliminate it through converging attacks from north and south, and Germany would destroy multiple Soviet armies, capture 500,000 prisoners, and regain strategic initiative. The plan was logical. The execution would prove catastrophic. German intelligence had identified the target months in advance, allowing meticulous preparation but also giving Soviets months to prepare defences. Stalin, warned by intelligence, including the Lucy spy ring, ordered construction of defensive systems unprecedented in depth and sophistication. Soviet forces built 8 defensive belts across the salient, each consisting of trenches, bunkers, anti-tank ditches, and minefields. Engineers laid over 400,000 mines, the densest minefield concentration in military history. Artillery was massed in concentrations exceeding anything seen previously. Soviet command accepted that Germans would attack Kursk and prepared to bleed them white in prepared defences before launching counteroffensives. Division Viking was assigned to 4th Panzer Army, forming the southern pincer of the attack. The northern pincer, 9th Army, would attack from the Orel salient. The two forces were supposed to meet at Kursk city, encircling everything between them. On paper, the plan was sound. In reality, the preparations had taken so long that surprise was impossible. German forces were attacking into the most heavily defended territory in human history, and Soviet forces outnumbered attackers significantly, 1.3 million Soviet troops and 3,400 tanks versus 780,000 German troops and 2,700 tanks. The assault began with brief artillery preparation, shorter than usual because intelligence suggested Soviets had withdrawn from forward positions. This proved partially accurate but misleading. Soviets had indeed withdrawn from forward trenches to avoid German artillery, but they occupied positions just behind the bombardment zone. As German armour advanced at dawn, July 5th, they immediately encountered dense minefields that hadn't appeared on reconnaissance maps. The mines were horrifically effective. Tigers and Panthers threw tracks, Panzer IVs were immobilised, combat engineers trying to clear lanes were killed by Soviet artillery and machine gun fire. Progress the first day was agonisingly slow. Viking advanced approximately 8 kilometres through the first defensive belt, less than half the planned distance. Every kilometre cost dozens of casualties, tanks destroyed by mines or anti-tank guns, infantry killed crossing open ground under fire, engineers blown apart trying to clear obstacles. Soviet artillery, firing from pre-registered positions, delivered devastating accurate fire that German counter-battery couldn't suppress. The density of defensive preparation exceeded anything German forces had encountered. Positions they captured in morning were counterattacked by Soviet reserves in afternoon, forcing Germans to fight for the same ground, repeatedly. July 7th brought intensified fighting as German forces penetrated the second defensive belt. The terrain was agricultural wheat fields, small villages, rolling ground that offered minimal cover. Soviet defenders used every building and tree line as strongpoint, forcing methodical clearing operations that consumed time and combat power. German advantage in armour quality couldn't overcome Soviet advantages in numbers, defensive preparation, and knowledge of terrain. 34 tanks, inferior individually to German Panthers and Tigers, attacked in numbers that overwhelmed German formations. For every 34 destroyed, 2 more appeared. Soviet industrial production had created quantitative advantage that tactical quality couldn't overcome. July 12th brought the largest single tank battle in history at Prokhorovka. Soviet 5th Guards Tank Army, 516 tanks, attacked 4th Panzer Army spearhead in desperate counterattack designed to blunt German offensive. The resulting battle was apocalyptic. Over 800 tanks engaged in close-range melee across agricultural land. The fighting was chaotic and murderous. Soviet tank commanders, knowing their 34s were vulnerable to German guns at range, closed to point-blank distances where German advantages disappeared. Tanks destroyed each other at ranges of 100 metres or less, sometimes colliding before being destroyed. The battlefield became an inferno of burning vehicles, exploding ammunition, and dying crews. By evening, both sides claimed victory, and both were lying. Soviet forces had stopped German advance, but suffered catastrophic losses, perhaps 300 tanks destroyed. German forces had inflicted heavy casualties but failed to achieve breakthrough, 84 tanks lost, plus many more damaged. Division Viking fought throughout the Prokhorovka battle, engaging Soviet armour across a 5-kilometre front. The division's Tigers performed magnificently. Their 88mm guns destroyed 34s at ranges where Soviet return fire was ineffective. But Tigers were too few. Viking had perhaps 12 operational Tigers among over 100 tanks total, and Soviet numbers were overwhelming. A Viking Panzer IV commander described the experience. "We destroyed 5, 6, 7 Russian tanks, and still they came. Our ammunition ran low. Our gun barrel was so hot we worried it would warp. We killed enemies faster than we'd ever done, and it wasn't enough. They just kept coming, endless waves, accepting catastrophic losses, determined to stop us regardless of cost. By evening, we held the field but knew we'd lost. We couldn't advance further. We'd spent our offensive power. And the Russians, despite terrible casualties, still had reserves. July 13th brought Hitler's decision to cancel Operation Citadel. The reasons were multiple: grinding attrition without breakthrough, Allied invasion of Sicily, requiring forces transferred to Italy, and growing evidence of massive Soviet counteroffensive preparations. The offensive had lasted 8 days, advanced at most 40 kilometers in some sectors, and failed to achieve encirclement or destroy significant Soviet forces. German casualties totaled approximately 54,000, killed and wounded, 290 tanks destroyed, and incalculable damage to mobile reserves that couldn't be replaced. Soviet casualties were higher in absolute terms, over 250,000 casualties, 600 tanks destroyed, but Soviet Union could replace these losses. Germany could not. For Division Viking, Kursk meant the permanent end of offensive warfare. The division suffered 465 killed, 2,200 wounded, and 84 tanks destroyed or damaged, roughly 30% of combat strength lost in 8 days of operations. These casualties included irreplaceable veterans, experienced tank, commanders, and skilled NCOs who had survived 2 years of combat. The replacements arriving afterward were increasingly young conscripts with minimal training, ethnic Germans from occupied territories who spoke limited German, and foreign volunteers whose motivation was questionable. The Viking that emerged from Kursk was numerically similar to pre-battle strength but qualitatively diminished. The strategic implications of Kursk failure were catastrophic for Germany. The Wehrmacht had committed its last mobile reserves to offensive that achieved nothing except weakening German forces decisively. Soviet counteroffensives, beginning immediately after Citadel's cancellation, drove German forces back across Ukraine in series of defeats that wouldn't stop until Germany itself was invaded. The initiative passed permanently to Soviet forces, who would conduct continuous offensives for the next 2 years until Berlin fell. Germany's Eastern Front strategy became purely defensive, attempting to delay inevitable defeat rather than pursuing victory. The technological revelation was equally significant. German planners had believed that quality would overcome quantity, that superior Tigers and Panthers would dominate inferior Soviet tanks through better guns, armor, and crew training. Kursk proved this assumption false. Soviet forces accepted catastrophic casualties but still stopped German advances through simple attrition. Soviet industry produced 34s faster than Germans could destroy them. And the newer Soviet tanks beginning to appear, IS-2 heavy tanks with 122mm guns, improved 34 variants, were matching or exceeding German technical capabilities. The qualitative edge Germany had enjoyed in 1941 was disappearing, while quantitative disadvantage grew worse monthly. A Germania Regiment officer, writing in his journal July 20th, captured the psychological impact. Kursk was supposed to restore our fortunes, demonstrate our continued superiority, and defeat the Russians decisively. Instead, we've learned terrible truths we'd been avoiding. First, the Russians have industrial capacity that makes our production irrelevant. We destroyed hundreds of their tanks, and they have hundreds more. Second, they've learnt to fight as well as we do. Their tactics, coordination, and determination match ours. Third, they're willing to accept losses we couldn't sustain. They lost more men and tanks than we did, yet they won because they could afford losses and we can't. We fought brilliantly at Kursk, as we always do, and it didn't matter. The war is being decided by factory production and population numbers, and we're losing both competitions decisively. I don't know how Germany avoids defeat now. Perhaps we can delay it, make the Russians pay heavily, even negotiate some compromise peace. But outright victory seems impossible. Kursk killed that possibility, if it ever existed. For the volunteers who had joined Division Viking 2 years earlier, believing in quick victory and ideological crusade, Kursk represented the final collapse of illusions. The crusade was simply a war. The war was being lost. Their tactical excellence meant nothing against strategic mathematics. Courage couldn't overcome industrial output. Training couldn't defeat numerical superiority. and skill couldn't change the fundamental reality that Germany was surrounded by enemies with vastly superior resources. The volunteers were now simply soldiers fighting for survival, unit cohesion, and vague hope that somehow they'd live through the approaching catastrophe. The funeral of Blitzkrieg occurred at Kursk. The warfare doctrine that had conquered Poland, France, and much of Soviet Union, rapid mechanized advances, encirclements, exploitation of enemy confusion died in the minefields and defensive belts of the Kursk salient. Future German operations would be defensive battles, tactical withdrawals, and desperate attempts to avoid encirclement. Never again would Wehrmacht mount major offensive on the Eastern Front. Never again would German armoured formations surge deep into enemy territory, expecting breakthrough and victory. Kursk marked the transition from German offensive to permanent defensive, from pursuing victory to delaying defeat, from strategic initiative to strategic reaction. The soldiers of Division Viking had participated in this watershed battle, fought courageously and skillfully, and achieved nothing except their own diminishment. They would continue fighting for another 2 years, retreating across Ukraine and Poland toward Germany itself. But the war's outcome was determined at Kursk, even if the fighting continued. They had lost the strategic battle while winning tactical engagements. And that meant they'd lost everything that mattered. The long retreat would now accelerate into headlong flight. And survival, simple day-to-day survival, would become the only realistic objective for soldiers who once dreamed of conquering empires. August 15th, 1943. Defensive positions west of Kharkov, 1 week after the city's evacuation. The defensive perimeter is disintegrating. Soviet artillery pounds German positions with intensity that makes previous bombardments seem gentle. Infantry and armor probe constantly, seeking weak points, exploiting any hesitation. A Westland regiment company holds a sector that should be defended by a battalion 400 meters of front with just 80 men. They are exhausted from continuous combat, low on ammunition, receiving contradictory orders from headquarters that seems to have lost control of the situation. The company commander, Captain Jan Dekker, a Dutch volunteer who survived Barbarossa's opening and every battle since, reads the latest order with disbelief. Hold position until relieved. Relief force will arrive tomorrow. He knows no relief is coming. He knows holding is suicide. He knows withdrawal without orders means court-martial. So he makes a decision that will define the next 11 months for thousands of soldiers. He withdraws anyway, saving his company from certain destruction, and sends message to headquarters claiming Soviet breakthrough forced withdrawal. This fiction will be repeated thousands of times across collapsing front local commanders choosing survival over suicidal orders, retreating without permission, and maintaining legal fiction that enemy action rather than command decision dictated withdrawal. The fighting retreat has begun, and it will continue for 800 kilometers across Ukraine into Poland before finally stabilizing. The period from August 1943 to July 1944 was continuous retreat punctuated by desperate defensive battles. Soviet forces launched Operation Polkovodets Rumyantsev immediately after Kursk, striking toward Kharkov with overwhelming force. German forces, weakened by Kursk casualties and lacking reserves, couldn't hold. Kharkov fell August 23rd, the fourth time the city changed hands, but this time permanently to Soviet control. The retreat accelerated from there, German forces withdrawing across Ukraine toward the Dnieper River, abandoning territory conquered in 1941 and 42, surrendering cities, industrial centres, and agricultural heartland that Germany desperately needed. Division Viking participated in the retreat as mobile reserve, deployed to crisis points where Soviet breakthroughs threatened to encircle German forces. This role was professionally flattering. Elite units receive hardest missions but operationally exhausting. Viking would defend a sector for days or weeks, inflict heavy casualties on attacking Soviets, then receive orders to withdraw because adjacent units had collapsed, abandoning hard-won positions to avoid encirclement. The pattern repeated endlessly. Establish defensive positions, fight successful defensive battle, withdraw to prevent being outflanked, repeat at next defensive line. It was tactically competent and strategically futile trading space for time, but time was running out. September 26 marked abandonment of the Dnieper River line, the eastern wall that German propaganda had declared impregnable. Soviet forces established multiple bridgeheads across the Dnieper through audacity and speed, crossing before Germans could fully organize defenses. Once Soviet forces held bridgeheads, German counterattacks couldn't dislodge them. The Dnieper, natural barrier that should have been defended for months, was penetrated in weeks. The retreat continued west toward the Bug River, then the Dniester, each river line proclaimed as new defensive barrier, each abandoned within weeks as Soviet offensives found weak points and forced withdrawals. The Korsun Cherkasy Pocket, January 24th to February 16th, 1944, became Division Viking's most desperate experience. Soviet forces encircled approximately 56,000 German and Romanian troops in a pocket south of Kiev. Viking was inside the encirclement, trapped along with multiple other divisions. For 3 weeks, encircled forces fought to hold their perimeter while relief forces attacked from outside trying to break through. Soviet forces systematically compressed the pocket, eliminating German strongpoints, interdicting supply drops, and preparing to annihilate the trapped forces. February 16th brought the breakout attempt. Rather than surrender, German commanders ordered mass breakout toward relief forces attacking from the west. The breakout was chaos, 56,000 soldiers attacking simultaneously across a narrow corridor toward freedom under Soviet artillery and machine gun fire through deep snow and sub-zero temperatures. Vikings' assault elements led the breakout, creating path through Soviet lines that other units followed. The escape was successful in that approximately 35,000 soldiers reached German lines, more than half the encircled force. But the cost was catastrophic. Over 18,000 killed or captured, virtually all heavy equipment abandoned, survivors arriving on German lines as disorganized remnants rather than functional military units. A Nordland Regiment Lieutenant, Lars Thomsen, described the breakout. "We attacked at dawn, thousands of us surging forward simultaneously, hoping mass and desperation would overcome Soviet defenses. Machine gun fire cut men down in waves. Artillery created kill zones we had to cross regardless of casualties. Men fell by dozens, by hundreds, disappearing into snow that turned red with blood. We ran over the dead and wounded, couldn't stop to help, could only keep moving forward toward distant German lines we couldn't see but knew were there. By noon, I'd lost track of my unit, was part of a formless mass of soldiers just trying to reach safety. By evening, perhaps 40 of my original company of 120 reached German lines. The others were dead, captured, or lost. We'd escaped, but what we'd escaped to was only temporary safety before the next battle. The retreat continued through spring 1944. Soviet offensives liberated Nikolaev, Odessa, and Sevastopol in the south, Lvov and Tarnopol in the center. German forces conducted series of defensive battles at cities that became temporary strongpoints, holding for weeks or months, then withdrawing when encirclement threatened. Tarnopol, April 1st to 15th, saw Viking defend the city against overwhelming odds, inflicting heavy casualties before withdrawing through narrow corridor to avoid encirclement. Each defensive battle was tactical success and strategic failure. Germans killed more Soviets than they lost, held positions longer than seemed possible, then abandoned everything when operational situation required. By July 1944, German forces had retreated over 800 kilometers from Kursk positions. Division Viking, which had begun the period at full strength following post-Kursk rebuilding, was again reduced to approximately 60% combat effectiveness. The casualties weren't primarily from single catastrophic battle, but from accumulated attrition, a company losing 10% strength in one battle, another 20% in next, reinforcements arriving but never matching losses. Veteran soldiers, men who'd served since 1941, were increasingly rare. Most squads were led by recent promotees, enlisted men elevated to sergeant or officer rank because original leadership was dead or wounded. The personnel composition continued evolving away from original volunteer force. Scandinavian volunteers were perhaps 10% of strength. Most original volunteers were dead, permanently wounded, or had rotated home after extended service. Western European volunteers from Netherlands and Belgium remained more numerous but were minority. The majority were ethnic Germans from Eastern Europe, Baltic volunteers from Estonia and Latvia, and increasing numbers of conscripted Ukrainians and others from German-occupied territories. These soldiers fought competently, but with different motivations than original volunteers. They served because alternatives were forced labour, partisan warfare, or Soviet occupation, all worse than Waffen-SS service. The civilian catastrophe accompanying the retreat was immense. Millions of people, ethnic Germans, Ukrainian collaborators, Baltic refugees, anyone who'd cooperated with German occupation fled westward ahead of Soviet forces, terrified of retribution. Roads were clogged with refugee columns carrying possessions, driving livestock, pushing carts loaded with children and elderly. German military traffic competed with civilian evacuation for limited road space, creating traffic jams that Soviet aircraft and artillery targeted mercilessly. Viking soldiers witnessed and sometimes participated in humanitarian tragedy, civilians caught in crossfire, refugee columns bombed, families separated, never to reunite. Some soldiers helped where possible, sharing rations with starving children, giving rides to exhausted elderly, protecting refugees from Soviet cavalry raids. Others hardened their hearts, viewing civilians as obstacles, slowing military withdrawal. The partisan warfare intensified as German control weakened. Ukrainian, Polish, and Soviet partisan units attacked German supply lines, ambushed isolated units, and conducted sabotage operations that disrupted military operations. German responses ranged from counterinsurgency operations to indiscriminate reprisals against civilian populations suspected of supporting partisans. Division Viking participated in some anti-partisan operations, though division policy generally emphasized military targets over civilian reprisals. Still, operating in partisan-infested territory meant constant vigilance, casualties from ambushes, and corrosive effect on unit cohesion when any civilian might be enemy. July 1944 brought Operation Barbarossa, massive Soviet offensive in Belarus that destroyed German Army Group Center and created a catastrophic gap in German lines. Over 350,000 German soldiers were killed or captured in the greatest German defeat of the war. The disaster forced further withdrawals in Ukraine as German forces couldn't maintain positions when the front to their north had disintegrated. By late July, Division Viking had retreated into southern Poland, establishing defensive positions along the Vistula River, having surrendered virtually all Ukrainian territory captured in 1941. The 11 months of fighting retreat fundamentally changed Division Viking's character. The unit that entered this period was Elite Assault Division with reputation for offensive operations. The unit that emerged was Defensive Specialists, experts at delaying actions and fighting withdrawals, proficient at extracting maximum casualties from attacking enemies while preserving their own force. This was professional military competence of highest order, but represented defeat nonetheless. Every kilometre retreated was kilometre of conquest surrendered. Every defensive victory was prelude to inevitable withdrawal. And every day of survival was merely postponement of final reckoning. A Germania Regiment veteran, Sergeant Anton Weber, captured the period's essential futility in his diary. We have retreated from the Caucasus to Poland, 800 kilometres of constant fighting and withdrawal. We've conducted brilliant defensive operations, inflicted catastrophic casualties on our enemies, and demonstrated professional excellence under impossible conditions. And none of it matters. We're back where we started in 1941, except weaker, smaller, and facing enemies who are stronger, larger, and more skilled than they were then. We've lost the war while winning battles. We've demonstrated courage and competence while achieving nothing permanent. And we continue fighting because stopping isn't an option, surrender means death, or Soviet camps worse than death. Desertion is impossible when the alternative is being hunted by both sides, and we owe it to comrades to keep fighting together. So we retreat westward, killing Russians as we go, hoping somehow to survive until the war ends. But the end is clearly visible now. We're not retreating toward victory. We're retreating toward defeat and destruction. The only questions are when we reach that end and whether we survive to see it. The fighting retreat from Ukraine to Poland marked the transformation of Division Viking from elite offensive force to desperate defensive formation. The volunteers who had crossed into Soviet Union in June 1941 with confidence and ideological conviction were nearly all gone dead, permanently wounded, or so changed by experience as to be different people. Those who remained were simply survivors, professional soldiers doing their jobs despite knowing the cause was lost, holding together through unit cohesion when all other motivations had failed. They would fight on for another 10 months, retreating through Poland toward Germany itself, participating in battles they knew were delaying rather than preventing defeat. But they were already defeated in every meaningful sense. The retreat from Ukraine to Poland was merely travelling the road from disaster to catastrophe, from failed conquest to total collapse, from dreams of victory to reality of impending annihilation. August 5th, 1944. Warsaw suburbs, Praga district. The city burns. Warsaw's eastern suburbs are consumed by street fighting as Polish Home Army insurgents have risen against German occupation. Division Viking elements, withdrawn from frontline positions for supposed rest and refit, instead find themselves committed to urban combat against Polish resistance. A Westland company clears apartment blocks methodically, grenades into rooms, automatic weapon fire to suppress resistance, then close quarters sweeps. The enemy isn't Red Army soldiers, but Polish civilians, men, women, teenagers armed with whatever weapons they've scavenged or captured, fighting from intimate knowledge of their own city. This warfare is morally clearer and murkier simultaneously than fighting Soviets. Clearer because insurgents are armed combatants attacking German forces legitimately. Murkier because the city is filled with non-combatants, because the broader context is German occupation of Poland since 1939, and because everyone knows the SS's reputation. A Danish volunteer, Thomas Nielsen, enters an apartment where insurgents were reported and finds only women and children, terrified and cowering. Other SS units have massacred civilians. Nielsen makes choice. He checks the apartment perfunctorily, declares it clear, and moves on. Small mercy in circumstances that permit no real mercy. The Warsaw Uprising will last 63 days and kill 200,000 civilians. Division Viking will participate in its opening phase before returning to front lines. And every soldier involved will carry memories of urban warfare that crossed lines they'd managed to avoid crossing previously. The Warsaw Uprising began August 1st, 1944, when Polish Home Army launched general insurrection against German occupation. The timing seemed optimal. Soviet forces approached Warsaw from the east, German forces were in retreat, and Polish resistance believed liberation was imminent. They intended to seize the city before Soviet arrival, establishing Polish authority rather than allowing Soviet occupation. The uprising was militarily logical but politically naive. It assumed Soviet forces would continue advancing and aid Polish resistance, and that Western allies would pressure Soviets to support the insurgency. Both assumptions proved disastrously wrong. German response was swift and brutal. Heinrich Himmler, enraged by the uprising, ordered Warsaw's destruction and population extermination. SS and police units, some composed of criminals released for anti-partisan duties, conducted massacres in Wola district, systematic execution of civilians regardless of combatant status, killing estimated 40,000 people in the uprising's first days. Other SS units, including Derlewanger Brigade and Kaminsky Brigade, committed atrocities that shocked even Wehrmacht officers. Division Viking's involvement was more limited and more conventional urban combat against actual insurgents rather than systematic civilian massacre. Viking entered Warsaw suburbs in early August, assigned to clear Praga district on the Vistula's east bank. The fighting was intense, but relatively clean by Warsaw Uprising standards. Polish Home Army soldiers defended tenaciously from prepared positions, using knowledge of terrain to maximum advantage. They fought as soldiers, uniformed when possible, following laws of war, targeting military forces rather than engaging in terrorism. Viking treated them as legitimate combatants, conducting military operations rather than police actions. This created a strange situation where Viking fought more honourably in Warsaw than in previous anti-partisan operations, partially because opponents were clearly military forces, partially because international attention made atrocities riskier, and partially because veteran commanders like Steiner maintained professional standards even in morally compromised situations. The tactical challenge was significant. Urban warfare negated German advantages in armor and air power while maximizing Polish advantages in terrain knowledge and defensive preparation. Every building was potential fortress, every intersection a battlefield, every sewer, tunnel a route for infiltration or escape. Polish defenders used the city's architecture brilliantly, creating fields of fire down long streets, establishing strong points in masonry buildings, mining approaches, and utilizing sewers for movement between positions. German forces advanced slowly, methodically, using explosive charges and flamethrowers to clear buildings, suffering steady casualties from snipers and ambushes. August 8th through 15th marked Vikings' primary involvement before the division was withdrawn to frontline positions where Soviet offensive was developing. The week of urban combat cost approximately 120 casualties, relatively light by previous standards, but psychologically costly because enemy was clearly fighting for homeland defense rather than ideological aggression. Polish fighters included young people, students, professionals, people defending their own city against occupation army. Even hardened soldiers found this warfare different from fighting Red Army. It was personal in ways previous combat wasn't. You saw faces, heard languages, recognized humanity in enemies more directly than when fighting uniformed Soviet soldiers in open terrain. The moral implications troubled some soldiers more than others. Those who'd already committed atrocities or witnessed them without objection found Warsaw unremarkable, just another battle in a war full of battles. Those who'd maintained personal moral boundaries found Warsaw tested those boundaries uncomfortably. When your commander orders building cleared and that building contains insurgents and civilians mixed together, what do? When retreating insurgents fire from buildings housing non-combatants, do you return fire and risk killing innocents? When you capture insurgents who will be executed after interrogation, are you participant in murder? These weren't hypothetical moral questions, but daily operational realities. Different soldiers answered differently based on conscience, pragmatism, or exhaustion with moral complexity. September 2nd brought Vikings' departure from Warsaw as division was redeployed to front lines where Soviet offensive threatened breakthroughs. The Warsaw Uprising would continue until October 2nd, when surviving Polish resistance surrendered after 63 days of desperate fighting. German forces systematically destroyed the city afterward, demolishing buildings, razing neighborhoods, fulfilling Hitler's order that Warsaw cease to exist. Over 200,000 Polish civilians died during and after the uprising, some killed in combat, many executed deliberately, others died from starvation and disease in destroyed city. It was catastrophe enabled by German brutality and Soviet cynicism. Soviet forces stopped their offensive at the Vistula, allowing Germans to destroy the uprising rather than aiding Polish resistance that Stalin viewed as threats to future Soviet domination. The autumn and winter of 1944 brought relentless Soviet offensives across the entire Eastern Front. Operation Barbarossa in Belarus had destroyed Army Group Center. In Ukraine and Poland, Soviet forces conducted simultaneous offensives that drove Germans back toward pre-war borders. Division Viking fought defensive battles across southern Poland through September and October, established temporary positions that held days or weeks before Soviet pressure forced further withdrawals. The pattern was grimly familiar: defend competently, inflict disproportionate casualties, withdraw before encirclement, repeat at next position. January 12, 1945 brought the Vistula-Oder offensive, largest Soviet operation of the war. Over 2.2 million Soviet troops, supported by 7,000 tanks and 46,000 artillery pieces, attacked German positions along the Vistula River in Poland. The offensive was overwhelming. Soviet forces advanced 480 kilometers in just 23 days, liberating Warsaw, crossing Poland, and reaching German borders. German defenses, thinly held and lacking reserves, collapsed across the entire front. Units fought while they could, then retreated before being encircled, attempting to reach defensive positions inside Germany itself, where final stand might be made. Division Viking retreated, with the flood of German forces fleeing westward. The withdrawal crossed Poland in chaos units, intermixed, command structures fragmenting, supplies non-existent, civilian refugees intermixed with military traffic. Soviet mobile forces overtook retreating columns regularly, creating meeting engagements and ambushes. German Luftwaffe had effectively ceased operations. Fuel shortages and overwhelming Soviet air superiority meant German aircraft were rarely seen. Soviet Il-2 Sturmovik ground attack aircraft hunted German columns mercilessly, strafing and bombing traffic jams with impunity. February brought fighting around Budapest, where German and Hungarian forces were encircled and eventually destroyed. Division Viking, attempting to relieve the Budapest pocket, fought battles in western Hungary that achieved nothing except additional casualties. The relief attempts failed, Budapest fell February 13th, and surviving Axis forces in the pocket were annihilated or captured. Viking withdrew toward Vienna as Soviet forces continued advancing into Austria. March saw final major German offensive of the war, Operation Spring Awakening near Lake Balaton in Hungary, desperate attempt to protect Hungarian oil fields and establish defensible line in Austria. Division Viking participated in this offensive, which began March 6th and collapsed within days. Soviet defenses were too strong, German forces too weak, fuel too scarce, and tactical surprise non-existent. The offensive gained perhaps 30 kilometers before Soviet counteroffensive drove German forces back with heavy losses. It was Germany's last, gasp final attempt at offensive operations that demonstrated only the complete exhaustion of German military power. April brought fighting around Vienna as Soviet forces approached Austria's capital. Division Viking defended outer approaches, conducting familiar delaying actions that slowed but couldn't stop Soviet advance. Vienna fell April 13th. German forces withdrew west into mountainous terrain of western Austria, establishing defensive positions that would hold until war's end. By mid-April, Vikings' combat strength was reduced to perhaps 5,000 effective soldiers, from peak strength of over 20,000 depleted by casualties, desertion, and administrative losses from units becoming separated during chaotic retreats. The final weeks of April 1945 saw German defensive lines disintegrating across all fronts. Soviet forces approached Berlin from east while Western allies advanced from west. German forces still fought in some sectors, but others surrendered or simply dissolved as soldiers fled toward Western lines hoping to surrender to Americans or British rather than Soviets. Division Viking, operating in Austria, maintained cohesion longer than many units, but faced same fundamental choice: fight until annihilation, surrender to Soviets, or attempt reaching Western Allied lines. The end came in early May. Hitler committed suicide April 30th. German government under Admiral Dönitz attempted to negotiate surrender to Western Allies while continuing fight against Soviets, hoping to save German forces from Soviet captivity. This strategy failed, and unconditional surrender was signed May 8th, effective May 9th. Division Viking, located near Fürstenfeld in southeastern Austria, capitulated to approaching American and British forces May 8th through 10th. Approximately 5,000 soldiers surrendered with their weapons, were processed as POWs, and began uncertain journeys toward unknown futures. The surrender was anticlimactic after years of desperate combat. Soldiers laid down weapons, assembled for processing, and waited to learn their fates. Some ethnic Germans and West Europeans would eventually be released and repatriated. Baltic and East European volunteers faced grimmer prospects. Many were forcibly repatriated to Soviet Union, where they faced execution or gulags. The political maneuvering and classification systems that determined individual fates were opaque to soldiers whose primary concern was immediate survival. They had fought for nearly 4 years, retreated across thousands of kilometers, and survived when most comrades hadn't. Now they were prisoners. Their military service ended, their futures uncertain. A Dutch volunteer, Peter van Dyck, who had stood at Mozdok in 1942 and survived everything thereafter, reflected on surrender. We fought brilliantly and lost completely. We demonstrated courage and competence while serving monstrous cause. We survived when survival seemed impossible, yet that survival feels hollow because what we survived for has been revealed as worthless. I don't know how history will judge us, soldiers who fought well for evil ends, volunteers who believed lies and participated in crimes even if we didn't personally commit them, professionals who maintained standards while system around us descended into barbarism. I know only that I survived, and that survival came at cost. I'm still calculating. The war is over for me. Living with what I did during it has only begun. May 8th, 1945. POW Processing Center, Fürstenfeld, Austria. The field is crowded with thousands of surrendering German soldiers, organized by unit, waiting to be processed by American and British authorities. Division Viking soldiers stand in formation. Technically still military unit, but effectively prisoners, their weapons collected in massive piles, their military careers terminated by unconditional surrender. Military police move through formations, checking for SS tattoos, blood group markings that SS members received, distinguishing them from Wehrmacht. Those with tattoos are separated for additional interrogation, possible war crimes, investigation, different treatment than regular POWs. Felix Steiner, division commander since 1940, watches his soldiers being processed and knows that this is truly the end. 4 years of combat, thousands of battles, casualties beyond counting, and final result is surrender in Austrian field to enemies Germany sought to destroy. Some soldiers are relieved survival seemed impossible, yet they survived. Others are devastated. Their entire adult lives were spent in this division, their identities formed by military service, and now it's finished with Germany defeated and cause revealed as criminal. A Norwegian volunteer, Gunnar Olsen, reflects on his journey from recruitment office in Oslo to prisoner in Austria and thinks, "We believed we were heroes. History will call us criminals. Perhaps both are true. Perhaps neither matters anymore. The war is over. The reckoning begins. The immediate aftermath of surrender was confusion and fear. Surrendering soldiers knew they were POWs, but didn't know what that meant practically. Would they be executed? Would they face war crimes trials? Would they be imprisoned indefinitely? Treatment varied based on nationality and specific circumstances. Western European volunteers, Dutch, Flemish, Norwegian, Danish, generally received better treatment than Eastern Europeans. Americans and British viewed them as misguided volunteers rather than ideological fanatics, processed them through standard POW systems, and eventually repatriated most to home countries where national governments decided fates. Baltic volunteers, Estonians, Latvians faced horror scenario. Under Yalta agreements, Soviet Union demanded repatriation of all Soviet citizens, broadly interpreted to include Baltic states annexed in 1940. Many Baltic Viking veterans were forcibly repatriated to Soviet Union despite protests and clear evidence they faced execution or gulags. Some committed suicide rather than be sent to Soviets. Others attempted escape, fleeing POW camps, trying to disappear into displaced persons, masses flooding post-war Europe. A few succeeded, creating new identities, emigrating to South America or North America, living under assumed names to avoid Soviet capture. Most were captured and returned, disappearing into Soviet prison system, dying in gulags or executed as traitors. War crimes investigations began immediately. The Waffen-SS, including Division Viking, was declared criminal organization at Nuremberg trials. This declaration didn't mean automatic guilt. Individual prosecutions still required specific evidence, but established that membership in SS connected individuals to criminal enterprise regardless of personal actions. Division Viking was investigated for multiple alleged atrocities. Participation in massacres during 1941 advance through Ukraine, involvement in anti-partisan operations that targeted civilians, and Warsaw Uprising actions. Evidence was mixed. Some incidents were documented, others based on testimony that couldn't be verified, and determining individual culpability within military organization proved difficult. Felix Steiner became witness rather than defendant at war crimes proceedings. His cooperation with Allied investigators and military, rather than ideological profile, made him useful source about Waffen-SS operations. He testified about command structures, operational procedures, and relationship between combat forces and killing units. His testimony established pattern that would become standard defense for Waffen-SS veterans. They were soldiers, not policemen. They fought military campaigns, not genocidal operations. And while they served criminal regime, they personally didn't commit crimes. This defense was legally and morally problematic. Serving SS connected them to Holocaust, regardless of personal actions, but often succeeded in avoiding prosecution for individuals who couldn't be directly linked to specific atrocities. Several Viking officers and NCOs faced prosecution for specific incidents. A company commander was tried for massacre of civilians in Ukraine in 1941, acquitted due to insufficient evidence but tainted by association. An intelligence officer was prosecuted for torture of prisoners, convicted and served prison sentence. A battalion commander faced charges related to anti-partisan operations involving civilian casualties. Charges eventually dropped, but career and reputation destroyed. The prosecutions were inconsistent, dependent on evidence availability, witness credibility, and political considerations. Many guilty escaped prosecution due to evidence gaps. Some innocent were prosecuted based on unreliable testimony. Justice was imperfect at best. The post-war fate of surviving volunteers varied enormously. Some returned home to prosecution by national governments. Denmark, Norway, and Netherlands tried collaborators, including Waffen SS volunteers. Sentences ranged from death penalty for leaders, to prison terms for rank-and-file volunteers, to social stigma without formal punishment. Many lost citizenship, employment prospects, and social standing. Others rehabilitated eventually. Some countries were more forgiving as Cold War transformed Soviet Union from ally to enemy, making anti-communist service during war seem less treasonous in retrospect. Christian Frederick von Schalberg, the Danish student who hesitated in Copenhagen recruitment office in December 1940, never faced reckoning. He died in combat in June 1942, commanding Frikorps Denmark. His family faced different reckoning: collaboration, accusations, property confiscation, social ostracism in post-war Denmark. Erik Christensen, Danish volunteer who survived Caucasus retreat, returned to Denmark where he served prison sentence for treason, was released in 1951, worked menial jobs because professional employment was impossible for SS veterans, and died in 1987 without ever speaking publicly about his service. Peter van Dijk, Dutch volunteer who survived entire war, emigrated to South America rather than face trial in Netherlands, established new life under different name, and maintained silence about his past until death in 1998. The division's casualty statistics tell story of attrition and sacrifice regardless of causes morality. Estimated 20,000 men served in Division Viking during war. Approximately 8,000 to 10,000 were killed in combat or died from wounds, disease, or exposure. Another 12,000 to 15,000 were wounded, seriously enough for evacuation multiple times. Some 5,000 surrendered in Austria in May 1945. The numbers don't account for deserters, men who disappeared, or administrative losses from units becoming separated. The casualty rate, perhaps 50% killed or permanently wounded, exceeded most Wehrmacht divisions and reflected elite unit syndrome, where hardest missions produced highest casualties. The historical controversies surrounding Division Viking persist into present day. In post-Soviet Baltic states, some commemorate Viking veterans as freedom fighters who resisted Soviet occupation. Veterans organizations hold memorial events, publications defend their service as anti-communist rather than pro-Nazi, and political movements claim them as national heroes. This revisionism troubles historians and Holocaust remembrance organizations who note that service in SS, regardless of motivation, supported regime that committed genocide. The debate becomes particularly heated when memorials are erected or veterans receive official recognition. In Scandinavia and Western Europe, discussion is more nuanced, but still contentious. Some acknowledge that volunteers were misguided, youth manipulated by propaganda, deserving pity more than condemnation. Others insist that voluntary service in SS makes individuals complicit in Holocaust, regardless of personal actions. The debate involves generational divides. Older generations who remember occupation and collaboration are less forgiving than younger generations who see historical complexity. Academic historians attempt balanced assessment, acknowledging both individual motivations and organizational criminality. The legal status established at Nuremberg remains. Waffen-SS was criminal organization. Membership connects individuals to criminal enterprise, but individual guilt requires specific evidence of criminal acts. This framework allows distinction between combat soldiers and those directly involved in atrocities, while acknowledging that organization's purpose was supporting criminal regime. It's imperfect framework producing inconsistent results. Some guilty escaped justice, some innocent were punished. Many exist in moral grey area, where their actions can't be definitively classified as criminal or acceptable. The modern appropriation of Viking symbolism by far-right movements adds another layer of controversy. Neo-Nazi and white nationalist groups claim Viking as an example of European resistance to communism, ignoring Holocaust context and criminal regime they served. They use Viking symbols, lionize commanders like Steiner, and rewrite history to portray volunteers as heroes rather than collaborators. This appropriation distorts history and dishonors both victims of Nazism and veterans who may have genuinely believed they were fighting defensive war. Mainstream historians and museums combat this revisionism through documentation and education, but the appropriation continues. For the survivors who lived into 21st century, personal reckonings varied. Some maintained lifelong silence, never discussing their service, taking memories to graves. Others participated in historical documentation, giving interviews to researchers, providing testimony for archives, attempting to ensure accurate record existed. A few became advocates for reconciliation, speaking about their experiences to warn against extremism and militarism. Most simply tried to live normal lives, haunted by memories, burdened by knowledge of their participation in terrible events, seeking whatever redemption or peace they could find. A final accounting must acknowledge complexity without excusing culpability. Division Viking soldiers demonstrated military courage and tactical competence throughout the war. They endured horrific conditions, showed loyalty to comrades, and maintained professional standards often lacking in other SS units. These qualities are historically noteworthy. They don't excuse the fundamental fact that their service supported genocidal regime. Whether individual soldiers committed atrocities themselves, their military victories enabled Holocaust, their territorial conquests facilitated mass murder, and their continued fighting prolonged war that killed tens of millions. The volunteers who joined believing in crusade against Bolshevism learned terrible truths about the cause they served. Some learned quickly and became disillusioned but continued serving because alternatives were non-existent or worse. Others never accepted that they'd served evil, maintaining to their deaths that they'd fought honourably for legitimate cause. Most fell somewhere between these extremes, acknowledging crimes while insisting on personal honour, accepting organisational guilt while claiming individual innocence, admitting mistakes while defending motivations. These psychological strategies enabled survival but left unresolved moral questions that no rationalisation fully answered. The SS Wiking Division's history ended May 8, 1945 in Austrian Field. Its legacy remains contested terrain between military history, Holocaust remembrance, and nationalist mythology. Objective historical fact, what happened, who fought, how battles unfolded, is relatively clear from documentation. Moral judgment, how to evaluate individuals who fought competently for criminal cause, remains disputed and perhaps undecidable. Different observers weighing combat service against organisational criminality, individual actions against collective guilt, reach different conclusions based on their frameworks for moral assessment. What remains indisputable is that 20,000 young men, motivated by ideology, adventure, economic necessity, or coercion, served in military formation that fought on behalf of history's most murderous regime. Some committed atrocities directly, others enabled atrocities indirectly through military victories. Many simply endured terrible conditions while serving terrible cause. They were human, capable of courage and cruelty, honour and horror, often simultaneously. Their humanity doesn't excuse their service, but makes their choices historically significant. They demonstrate how ordinary people become participants in extraordinary evil, how military professionalism coexists with moral bankruptcy, how individual decency operates within criminal systems. The final truth about Division Viking is that tactical excellence meant nothing without strategic morality. They were skilled soldiers serving monstrous cause. Their courage enabled crimes. Their competence facilitated genocide. And their defeat, delayed through 4 years of skilled defensive combat, came too late to save millions murdered by regime they served. The reckoning continues into present in courtrooms, history books, memorials, and consciences of aging survivors and descendants who inherit these complicated legacies. The division's history offers no simple lessons except perhaps this: that courage without wisdom serves evil as readily as good, that tactical competence doesn't equal strategic morality, and that the most important decisions whom to serve, what to fight for, when to refuse unjust orders occur before battles begin and determine meanings that transcend combat outcomes. Division Viking fought brilliantly and lost completely. They survived while cause perished, and history remembers them not as heroes or villains simply, but as cautionary example of skill wasted on evil, courage squandered in wrong cause, and lives consumed by war that should never have been fought.